लक्षण हुन जिक्र करूं दोन या त्रन लक्षण कथन हुन जिक्र करूं ये बहक वन कि तोहमन कस पता सिर्फ मे पता यह घुमंड यह फख्र क्या मौका सपदोमुत ये वक्त तिम तो बे तो पब्लिकली मे जह शेयर कोर्मुत कि तिमो क्या वो लक्ष्य कथ पब्लिक स्टेज मगर बह कर तुम शेयर वक्त मारा अप्रैल 1998 दिल्ली मज आव फर्स्ट कश्मीरी पंडित हेरिटेज कल्चर एग्जिबिशन आईफा गैलरी मज ऑर्गेनाइज कर यथ मज बड़ लूक बड़ स्कॉलर बड़ इंटेलेक्चुअल बड़ मे थोस पत पिछला टाइम यह कर हु कर तो मे प्रोग्राम मारा गो शाम 5 5:30 शुरू चीफ गेस्ट मारा पापा जी बे मारा डॉक्टर लोकेश चंदर कल ब्रोट सठा बोड स्कॉलर मन तो प्रेसिडेंट ICCR तो खात्रोमुत बांद्रोमुत लकुट 15 वरी 18 वरी लकुट तो शायद 17 सोसुम न मारा वो जल्दबाजी मज पक्ष ब्रोट तो कर वेलकम एड्रेस तो मे कहीं पता तो कोर मे गायो कंडो रेस्पेक्टेड फलां रेस्पेक्टेड पापा जी इतकन तो मे मारा वो रेस्पेक्टेड श्री जैन कौल सेक्रेटरी जनरल SOS चिल्ड्रंस विलेजेस ऑफ इंडिया तो खर प्रोग्राम मोकलो inaugural मोकलो तमो कोर स्पीच लोकेश चंदन कोर स्पीच सोरे सब्दो वन लूक एग्जिबिशनस और फेरान पापा जी कुछ नजर दिवान बुछ पकान मारा ब्लोनस इजानी नो सो पकान पापा जी बुछ ब्लोनस तो गोस and he said for Dr. Ranganathan it's for you. He told me, if you don't know your guest, then you should not be speaking about him. Memara told the fikri was hakna boy, khuzos, gagros, me kya galti kar, I could never connect that what wrong I have said. If you don't know your guest, you should not be speaking about him. My only recourse, my only safety corner on that occasion was another great son of the community, Makhalal Pandit of Vasantpur, that Mahatma, Sant in Sant. Because Makhalal Pandit's mission, नतमस में क्या हमारा गलती शकर्मसन के लेकर तीन शायद नाराज गवर्नमेंट तो वो न के परवाई छुन इनच प्रेसिडेंट SOS इनच सेक्रेटरी जनरल SOS मैं उस गलती गवर्नमेंट मैं उस टूटी बोल सेक्रेटरी जनरल SOS मैं मारा मैं उस जिंदगी में पब्लिक लाइफ में गोड़नुक सबक क्या अगर पनुन यजत थवन तमी से मेहमान सुन यजत अगर मैं तो मेहमान सुन यजत हेकिव थे तो कर कहन ती यजत ये मारा मोन फर्स्ट एनकाउंटर सेकंड एनकाउंटर took another 2 years and मैं कोर्टन जुर्थी कि बमेल गई पापा years and coincidentally was frozen H128 Sarojini Nagar. The AIK Subdaftar was across the road. B block 90 or 190, whatever it was, G90. तो मखनलाल पंडित जी महाराज ने हारे इलेक्ट बना तो क्या छुने यमान छुने वक्तन आठवार दुई यमन बटवार दुई यमन छुट्टी आयसुर पापा जी मिलियो Hammock lesson from my first experience. So he compelled me, and I go on Briam Vasankunj Pagache's meeting. The Briam Kuhunting, the Bukado Pana Sidant Escasto. Namara was the Kuhi alternative. रोदस तैयार 10-10:30 बजे आए मेन घर दोपन पाठ बहुत तैयार तो गई वही AITS दफ्तर AITS दफ्तर मारा छह लोग खसान हेर खसन फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे थोड़ा बहुत क्रखना उस टाइम क्रख दिवान मे पता बस वोन युथी मारा अंदर से 8-10 नफर कुर्स पे बिहित खड़ा बिहित अत बहस चलान Sharda Tarangini बहस चलान मखनलाल कौलस तो TN Manju Service अख सेक्रेटरी ब्याख ट्रेजरर AITS अतमार सनान बस खड़ा वोनुम कहें ये बहस क्या 5 मिनट गई 2-4 मिनट गई पापा जी कुर्स पे बिहित वनान कहें मगर पापा जी सोर फिक्र कि त्रावन मैं ये बहस क्या लड़ाई पे आम तमारा वो लगी तो मसलान तो क्या ज्यादा बड़े बोलान मैं आज बटन लगे तमा मैं खतर बोलान बड़ी कुछ बोलान and there was pin drop silence and the whole engagement became normal. Sumara Duyam Sabat कि public life must from a responsible position, how can you handle very sensitive situations so that it doesn't carry a wrong message. So that was second lesson for me. Prem का हमारा शायद 2004 में चुनवारिया 2004 election of AITF to Faridabad Bhawan IPO's month. The election मारा पापा जी to our candidate and late Shree Jagan Kaul is another candidate. The Akbarat Mahol Chalan ki Papa ji is unanimously Asuna Shakant, but murmurs came that Kaul Saab's followers are also insisting the election gets lost. Papa ji को expect कि Kaul Saab karan withdraw. Magar Papa ji followers in campaigners timo को smell कि करो तो ये कथ वस पापस मारा काव सोबन युजन ये तम करो न विड्रा पापा जी वोन अद बह कर विड्रा तेल तो शायद बहुत गोमुत ओमकार नाथ काचरू तो PN काचरू सबस my mentor whose disciple I have been. If I am here I owe it to PN काचरू ते मारा वोन दोपन कह लोग काव सबस तो कह मे तो कह मे अम अगर वह इलेक्शन करो जेन कह बजेन या काव सब जेन कत कुन मगर अख मैसेज गवट सोन समाज बटित अड़ वन हुमिस अड़ वन यमिस फर्क कहें अगर काव सब बन Papa ji withdrew despite the fact that there was an overwhelming opinion in the gathering that he'll be elected. Temara won the election, and this is how Shree Jagan Kaul was elected as the new president of AIKS. Ye shakhs para os Papa ji. Katpara mokhle वंश में लकुट गुजारिश वंती प्रेसिडेंट केएसएस प्रोफेसर सुधीर सोपोरियस टीमिन योतन 8 मिनट बस गसन खड़ा मैं मारा अथस क्या किताब यम किताब मारा दुनिया सारी खत ग्रेटेस्ट बुक ये 100 वरियन मज दोइमिस नंबरस पे English.
Speak this in English.
I am ordered to speak in English. I hold 2 books in my hand. The original book is a classic 17th century classic, Spanish classic Don Quixote. There is no book in parallel to this for more than 4 centuries. The most read, the most published, the most printed, and most translated book of the world. Sometimes in mid-20th century, by about 1945, this book had nearly 700 translations in almost all the major languages of the world. My left hand holds the Sanskrit translation of Don Quixote, done nearly 90 years ago in 1936 by Kashmiri Pandits. And in my right hand, I hold the translation of the book, partial translation, certain chapters which were suitable for the translation of this classic into Kashmiri language. So the world's greatest book, we have the translations both in Sanskrit and Kashmiri. I have the honor and privilege to present these copies to the Samaj through its president, eminent Padma Shree Professor Sudhir Soto. The Sanskrit translation is the Kashmir's greatest contribution to the Western literature. Kashmir has contributed nothing greater to Western literature than this translation. And the Kashmiri translation preserves the greatest international recognition and honor to our own mother tongue. Kashmir has earned no greater honor in this world so far. These are 2 translations for the library of KSS, and it's for all of you to appreciate. Facsimile translation, you can see the beautiful Kashmiri written in Devanagari script. I thank everyone, and lastly I apologize Dr. Ranganathan that I spoke in an alien language which he may not have been able to follow, but I am sure you will hear the whispers. Thank you so much. That's for the President. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Greatly honored.
Thank you for presenting this book for KSS Library. मैं आप सबको सिर्फ इतना ही बताना चाहूँगा कि इसकी ट्रांसलेशन पंडिता साहब के ग्रैंडफादर नित्यानंद शास्त्री जी ने की हुई है. लिखने वाले केवल तो उन्होंने सारा ट्रांसलेट किया, both Sanskrit and others, and I was witness to the release of these books in the Spanish Center a few days back. Thank you very much for making this presentation to us.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing an insightful speech. Let's welcome our next guest speaker, Dr. Ramesh Rana.
Namaskar. Respected Dr. Ranganathan, Professor Bamzai, Professor Sopori, Dr. Kakru, distinguished guests, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am really humbled by the felicitation, the honor, and the respect given to AIKS by Sewak Samaj, and I express my profound gratitudes to the organization, to Professor Sopori and his team, his governing council, the Biradari of Faridabad, and all those people who made this 100th birth anniversary of Papaji possible. When we talk about Papaji, I am reminded of a person named Kashyap Bandhu. Kashyap Bandhu, as all of us know, that he was a great social reformer. What existed before Kashyap Bandhu came into prominence was something different. Kashmiri Pandits were living, if it's not an exaggeration, in a primitive style, dress code, so on and so forth. And when Kashyap Bandhu came on the scene, he changed the whole metaphor of Kashmiri Pandits. He changed the whole dress code. He gave them an identity. He gave them the respectability. And when I talk about Papaji, I think he is reincarnation of Kashyap Bandhu. During early 1990s, when Kashmiri Pandits were thrown out of Kashmir, he started being realistic. He didn't talk politics. He didn't talk anything else, but he talked about bread and butter issues. That is how he started his innings in AIKS. He sought the help. He initiated a process of training of our youth through SOS programs, so that once they come out of the training, once they finish with the training, they get gainfully employed, and that is what happened. We have, if I am not wrong, at least a large section of Kashmiri Pandits who were young 30 years back are now gainfully employed and being more productive and meaningful to the society. That is his vision. When we talk about the persona of Papaji, Papaji was not a very ordinary person, and it's very difficult to define a person like him. He was essentially an institution builder. The day the foundation stone of this Sharika Bhawan was laid, incidentally, I was also part of, there were about 10 or 15 persons. He was talking about whys and hows and how to go in for construction module and so on and so forth. There were people behind him. I was also with them. They were talking, how is he going to construct this giant project? That is quite impossible. But he was doing his job. I don't know whether he was listening to that back chattering or not, but he was doing his job. Incidentally, so happened, we had one, Mr. M.L. Bhatt, who was chief engineer for EROS. We invited him to AIKS one day, and he narrated a story. He said, Papaji told me that you get tomorrow crane, then you get this thing, we have to do digging and all those things. He instructed me to get all those things done. But in the heart of hearts, I was thinking, where from will the money come? There were hardly some 1,000 rupees in Sewak Samaj kitty. Then probably he could understand the anguish of Mr. M.L. Bhatt. He told him, Mr. Bhatt, you come tomorrow with me, and we will have to go somewhere. He said, I faithfully went along with Papaji, and he went to a Kashmiri Pandit home, had a cup of tea, and told him, please give me as promised. And the gentleman came with a check. I don't know, it was worth some lakhs that time in 90s. And he said, I was surprised. I thought that he is not an ordinary man. And when many people talked about the housing societies and all that, this is not something like housing societies that he housed many families. It is a part of rehabilitation of Kashmiri Pandits. In fact, he attempted to create a mini Kashmir in Faridabad. When we talk about Sewak Samaj, we talk it in terms of the headquarters of Kashmiri Pandits, because you have everything. You have Sharika Mata above, you have a hall below, and whenever any function has to take place in Kashmiri Pandits, be that Yagnopavit, be that marriage, the first thought that comes into mind is that we will perform it at Sharika Bhawan. Therefore, it is not a very kind of a small or an ordinary thing. It is something which goes beyond our imagination. When I say that he was an institutional builder, he indeed was an institutional builder. And number second, which is absolutely important for all of us, that is, he was a giver. I remember the day In early 90s, Farooq Abdullah, as Chief Minister of J&K State, had made a statement that those employees who are drawing salaries from Delhi or elsewhere need to come back or else their salaries would be stopped. I was so perturbed. Many employees, because I was into activism right from the day one, though I was drawn accidentally into it, but then I became an activist. I said what to do, because in my backyard of the mind, I had that certain people are born great, and on certain people the greatness is thrust, and certain people attain greatness. But I think he was born great. I went to him and I explained him the whole thing, that this is going to happen, and many thousands of families are going to be affected if this order comes into play. He said, don't worry, it will not come into play. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? I said, we would like to hold a seminar and we would like to go to the press, so on and so forth. That was the usual mode of communicating your ideas and your dissent on what's happening. He said, okay, fine, you go, you book the hall. I will see what I can do. So we booked the hall. We invited him also there. The chief guest was Chairman National Commission for Minorities. I think his name was some Dr. Tarseem or something, I've forgotten his name. And then the proceedings of that seminar, which took place in Constitution Club, were forwarded to the government, and Papaji was instrumental in doing that, and to a large extent that order was stopped because of his interference. There are certain close brushes that I have had with, and thereafter he would invite me quite often whenever there used to be some discussion on community affairs and all that. He would invite me. During one such invitation, he said that I'm concerned about the temples and shrines of Kashmir, how to go about it. I said, you tell us what to do, we're there to do for you. And he said, don't you think that we need to create some committee or something so that we can do something? So he started doing something, basics for these temples and shrines, preservation of temples and shrines in Kashmir. And then, while being president of KECSS, he also built on what he had said in AIKS. And thereafter, when M.K. Kaul said, he drafted a bill for temples and shrines. And fortunately, that bill is being pursued by Premnath Bhatt Memorial for this temples and shrine bill. They want that temples and shrine bill to be there so that the administrative matters are taken care of Kashmiri Pandits by themselves on the lines of Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee, on the lines of Avqaf. So, I'm not going to take much time as there's paucity of time. I think this is sufficient, but then Papaji will remain. Papaji, as somebody said, not for Kashmiri Pandits, for the entire community. That is absolutely correct. Before I wind up, I am reminded of one incident. Mahatma Gandhi was traveling in a train in South Africa, and that bogie was booked for whites. They got offended with the presence of Mahatma Gandhi because of his color. So they threw him out. But Mahatma Gandhi never let it off. He came again, he was again thrown out. Then he entered through window. He was thrown out as Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, and he returned back as Mahatma Gandhi. That is what happened with Pandit Jagan Kaul. Pandit Jagan Kaul started SOS innings as Pandit Jagan Kaul, but came out as Papaji. And I would also appreciate the role played by his team, because they also deserve. Papaji would have not been Papaji had he didn't inherit a team which was committed, dedicated, focused, and honest. With these few words, I thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing. God bless you all. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's welcome our next guest speaker, Shri Hiralal Wangnu.
Hello, am I audible? Adharaniya Sabhagar, you'll excuse me, I will talk in a different language. It means Kashmiri, of course, that's my mother tongue, Hindi and English. So my indulgence should be please excused. I will not go to the formalities, but I would request you all on my behalf, on my whole team who have worked with the SS, we express our gratitude. Gratitude for a man who dedicated his life from the very beginning. I have been privileged to be with him for many, many decades. The day he started in 1967, he persuaded me not to join SOS. I was hardly 23 years old. I came from Delhi University, went to Bombay, did my stint for 2 years, then went to Kashmir, became the president of the Kashmiri University. Then I went to IIPA, and I used to come to his office. And then he tried to say, you are a Jawan Admi hai, itna bada aapke liye hai, why the hell, why should you join SS? He tried his best to persuade me to go to different vocations. But I insisted. Kehta, kis pagalpan mein aayenge aap? But to be honest with you, it was something which was cherished. We had something in between us. And that was, he lost his mother early. I lost my mother early. Then we had some values which possibly gelled well. We had certain differences, but the way he would make me to understand, to go to the depth of it, and to convince me that what is right and what is wrong, but what is to be pursued. He was a man of conviction. ठान ली है तो करके दिखाना है. आनंद आता है, ये पंडिता साहब ने भी कुछ पता है, पापा जी. I would not call him Papa ji, to be honest with you, because he was my boss. Earlier he was director, then he became general secretary, then he became president, and I was always with him. Of course, different segments of official. So, but eventually, as he has related to you, how he became Papaji. I had so many Papajis, as you were told, in our Kashmiri also, number of Papajis in the family structures, but ultimately, we accepted that Papaji, that connotation is in a different perspective. It's in a wide screen. My dear friends, I worked with a man who had a vision. In fact, I was wondering what should speak, but again, Papaji came and gave all details which you saw, and then my friends have given in detail. He molded me to the extent that I was so successful in Central Asia, Africa, and some of the countries in China and Russia, because SOS was there. My request to you, all of you, is that please clap for two big personalities who are here, who shaped and helped support, I will not call JN Kaul. Please, it takes us a number of years for parents to name a person. So why should you abbreviate it in JN? Why not Jagan Nath Kaul? Jagan ka Nath. So two persons is Mamiji. I would humbly submit, and his children, especially Siddharth ji is here, he would not have been so what he has been because of Mamiji. Right from the beginning, whether it was household, whether it was hospitality of even the founder, Dr. Herman Miner, he used to get lost when hospitality and puja room, he would sit there in the SOS Greenfields. You in Faridabad residents are privileged to be the first SOS Children's Village. Mr. Kaul did not stand only here for Faridabad. From here, it went spread throughout the world. People will come from neighborhood, whether it was Nepal, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Middle East, different countries. They would come, sit with him, and he would convince them. And in fact, something, the time is possible, I was wondering what face I should talk. When Dr. Herman Maida, the founder, came here, Mamiji took him to her puja room. We all were waiting up. He's not coming up. Everybody was astonished what's happening. Then that great man, spirituality या आध्यात्मिक कहिएगा, सनातन का प्रकोप कहिएगा, उनके अंदर वो आत्म विभूति क्या हुई, आत्म प्रभो क्या हुआ उनके अंदर, तो वो ऊपर आके उनके जो चेहरे की चमक थी, और इसका श्रेय जाता है मम्मी जी को। और इसके पश्चात जो भी आप भारत में, right from Leh Ladakh to Cochin, Trichy, Madras, name any state except the North Pass few. In Assam we had 3. It was with the support of Mr. Siddharth Kaul, SOS International. I would request and beseech you, आज के दिन कम से कम आपको SOS International का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और ग्रेटिट्यूड एक्सप्रेस करना चाहिएगा कि ये भी जो भी SOS मूवमेंट चला है और आपका ये जो भी कम्युनिटी के लिए उन्होंने इतने सुविधाएं प्रदान कर दी है. I would recall that he was not so religious in the sense word of religious. Religion and religious are two connotations in a different perspective. He was much more caring, जो उन्होंने बताया, और he was much more concerned. And I would always eloge him for this. He was concerned and caring for everyone. एक अखरोट देखा है आप, I don't need to tell you what अखरोट is. ऊपर से दिखता है hard nut to crack, but जब आप तोड़ते हैं उसमें जो गिरी निकलती है आपके शरीर के लिए, दिमाग के लिए, और वो तो कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट भी बोलते हैं बहुत अच्छा है. वो ऐसे शख्सियत थी. आप शख्सियत को देखे लगता था बड़े कठोर है, बड़े स्ट्रिक्ट है. He was a disciplinarian, no doubt about it. He was a man who would get to each detail till it last, so that we don't have like Japanese. They will not execute the project unless we go to the last detail. That was Papaji. And that was the beauty of it. When we had this tragedy in Kashmir, he asked me, I went incognito, Waklu was there. We gave, as somebody has explained, that let them do it when we will ask international to also help, which of course they did. And we started projects right in Jammu mostly. We said we will do it on our own. And I think we did created some facilities. I don't want to get into detail because of paucity, but in Faridabad school, the skills development was ages back. In computer science in Greenfields was ages back. We have a skilled university now. Raji is here, and we are, in fact, we are fortunate to have so many vice chancellors today. We will hear from them also. मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है, आज के दिन आप मम्मी जी का और उनके व्यक्तित्व का, उनके जो आत्म विभोर हो जाता है, आप बोलने में भी कठिनाई इसलिए होती है कि जिस व्यक्ति ने उनके साथ 40-50 साल काम किया हो, उस पहलू में क्या क्या चीज बताएं, क्या नहीं बताएं, बड़ा इस सारांश में ये है, एक ऐसी पर्सनालिटी है, आप बैठ के, he was a very convincing man. Give him any project, give him any problem, he will try to give you certain suggestions which were practical and very simple to execute. And we did it. We were in a Sheikh Abdullah expressed his desire to construct a children's village. He came to the SOS Children's Village. He was house arrest, you will remember, in one Kotlale. Then we got founder, we got the chief president of the SOS KDI to Kashmir. Everything was done, plans were made, but again it was sabotaged. And Madre Meherban, his missus used to be called, but she said, I want this project to be there. But Farooq could not do it. Then Boraji was there. They were ready, KDI was ready, international was ready, but it could not be. But still, Mr. Kaul again said that we must, because we were accused. Mr. Siddharth is there, you are there, Papaji is there, why not everywhere in India, why not in Kashmir? So we started renting buildings and we have produced hundreds of children. They are well placed all over the world, all over India. They are terrorist victims and local victims. So that was vision of Papaji. My dear friends, time is very short. मेरा आपसे निवेदन है, कौल साहब जहाँ रहते थे 64 यूबी जवाहर नगर, Central government has given us 2 plots there, and that is for girl child. He has spoken himself today that people used to accuse me that I am more prejudiced towards girls. He had a last wish to complete that project. This is known Shakti Nagar project. We have been given this project. This has not been completed. We want to build it there. We seek your help to complete this project it is very close to North Campus. Hardly a distance from the North Campus so that our children, our young ladies can pursue further studies. My again request you to Kashmiri Mazmara Chubutre Kyata program Kormut. Tatpuchute point Lukmut Bubano Kershipot Kazim Chibit. Even button Bakhalan Kyachukomut. Karon word pra. कृपया मेरे सुधी सुपोरी जी से रिक्वेस्ट है, प्रार्थना है कि वो ये क्या बखलन चुगोमत इसका विश्लेषण करे, इसका समाधान ढूंढे, जो हम लोगों में कमियां हैं उसको दूर करने का प्रयास करे. Let us join hands to build. And today we are fortunate to have Anand ji. Anand जी आज ये हमें लास्ट ईयर मिले थे, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी, हमारा साक्षात्कार हुआ था उनसे. मैंने कहा what is there that he come, because he said I have certain affinities towards Kashmiri Pandit. Let him speak today and give that affinity a cause for us to go further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to invite our guest of honor, Shri Sharda Kaul.
I can't speak in Kashmiri, yes, so I will stick to English. And my Hindi is also rather poor, but I understand Kashmiri. I asked my daughter that I had been invited here to speak, and they have already put my name there without asking me. What shall I say? And it's your grandfather's 100th birthday. So she doesn't live in India, so she wrote back to me. She said, that's a tough one. Come up with something. A lot of people have said a lot of things about him, and first and foremost, I must thank Kashmiri Samaj, Faridabad, especially Professor Solpuri and his team. Papaji would have been very happy to see the state of this Sharika Bhawan, because, I don't come here, so after a long time I have seen this. He would have been surprised and would have been very happy to see how well it is being maintained and the activities which are happening here. Papaji is, in a true sense, was a patriarch. Let us be very clear. He liked a big family, and he liked to be the big father of all the people around. So in a true sense, a patriarch. And I think that defines him. For Mimi and our family, he was a father. And we enjoyed him. We had a very simple life together, a good life together. He also enjoyed his life very much. He was not born great. Yes, I have, like Dr. Pandita, I also have a height problem. So, I don't think he was born great. No, that's not true, whoever tells you. He was a seeker. For many, many years in his life, he tried to find a role for himself, and it was very difficult. It was very difficult, and that is something I tell the younger people. You have to keep trying. Someday you will find what is your calling. It may be when you are 25, it may be when you are 45, it may be when you are 55. So he was trying to find something which made sense to him. And I think he found it again and again, whether it was the children's village or it was later in his life Kashmiri Samaj in Faridabad. So he was very secular. It's not a very good word these days. I know it's not a very good word. He was spiritual, he was secular. But he was also very realistic. He strongly believed that everybody has a right to practice their own religion. But nobody has a right to impose one's religion on another person and make them suffer. He didn't believe in that. That actually was his second coming when he discovered the Kashmiri Pandits had to leave due to religion their homeland. Because, he also left his homeland due to economic situations, due to find a new life for him somewhere away from Srinagar. So he left it by choice. So there is a very clear distinction between leaving by choice and leaving by force. He didn't agree with that. That is why he wanted to support people who had to leave their home due to force. Two things I would say he would have looked at today. Two things I would say. First, you must have a capacity to forgive. You should have capacity to forgive. But you should never forget. Because the moment you forget, then you are lying to yourself. Don't forget, but have the capacity to forgive. So what I would also, when I sit in this room and I look, I don't see a younger generation here. I see people like me, semi-retired, all gray hair, 70s. We are not the future. And this he will tell you, we are not the future. We are the past. Can we do something to make sure the next generation knows what our history is? Is this a place in Sharika Bhawan? Is it a place in KACC, in Pamposh, whether we can create something? We have so many efforts and initiatives which are going around, but can you bring it all together in one place and show something to the new generation? That is very important if you want to retain your identity, if you want to be remembered. The second thing is, do you believe that we have the right to make decisions with regard to Kashmiri Pandit community, people who are sitting here? There's a lot of talk about people suffering, this and that. Yes, there is a lot of emotional suffering. But the real suffering is with the Kashmiri Pandits who have stayed back in Kashmir, who could never leave Kashmir because they didn't have an economic wherewithal. They stayed back. Are they part of that decision making? Are we making decisions about people and those decisions will impact them, but they are not part of that decision making? It is time that you reach out to them and they become a part of that decision making. Because let us be honest and realistic. Most of us will never go back to Kashmir. We will never go back. Even if the situation is somewhat normal, as we call it. We will never go back. If you are not going to go back to Kashmir, you have no right to make decisions about Kashmir. That is something you can learn from Israel. So I would suggest that let us, as the All India Kashmiri Samaj here, make an initiative. That is what he would have done. So these are two things I, as a son, 70 years association with him, longer than anyone except my elder sister and my mother with him, had. I would say that is what he would have wanted. But he would have been very happy, and as a family, I thank the Kashmiri Sewak Samaj and the community for hosting this function, a day-long function. We are very grateful that he is remembered. We feel very honored, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful speech. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, Dr. Anand Raganathan.
Dear respected Mummy Ji and members of the audience, it's a real pleasure and an honor to be here, and I wouldn't like to use the adage that has been so generously used for me, chief guest. No, I'm a member of the family. It's nice to be back. Thank you. For the next 5 minutes that I have, maybe 5 minutes and 30 seconds, if I can request some generosity. I can speak lofty words, kind words, eloquent speech, and you would leave with the impression that I spoke my mind. 5 minutes go like, a wave or a gust of wind. And if I say, yes, I have spoken my mind, you would possibly believe me. But I don't want to do that. And there are a couple of reasons why I don't want to do that. The first is, of course, that this whole function has been organized as an ode to Papaji, who was a great man. But much more than giving eulogies or an ode to him, I think I'm going to tell what exactly is in my mind. Although it might be bitter, I don't know why people say truth is bitter. Truth should never be bitter, but I don't know why it's considered bitter. It's one of those vagaries of life. I'm going to say what is in my mind because I think that's the ultimate respect we can pay to Papaji. And I'll tell you why. Because the ultimate respect anybody can pay anyone is that he saved a life. That's all. How many of us have been honored as such? How many of us have saved a life? Very few, a fraction, maybe in this room. I haven't saved a life. People who have saved a life are special people. And one can write essays, one can give speeches lasting hours, leave alone 5 minutes, and all of them would be true. But then again, what would be true is simply one sentence of 4 words, he saved a life. So I'm going to say the truth. One other reason why I'm going to say the truth is not just because I'm a member of this family, adopted son, thank you very much for that, but also I was nearly gone 3 years ago, and I said my goodbyes. I had a heart attack during the second wave, Delta wave, and I struggled for about 5-10 minutes, and then some kind of peace descended, and I said, that's it. I said goodbyes to my wife, and one person saved my life, and his name was Dr. Ranjan Kacharu. Fortis, yes. He didn't know me, I didn't know him. And for a long time after that, I said how casually this man takes it in his stride to saving a life. It's unbelievable. He takes it as a profession. He saves lives. I have never saved a life. I was 50 years then. I said, I have never saved a life. And I was gone. I went back and I looked at my bookshelf of 1,000 books and I said, all that was gone in a click of a finger. 5 minutes, everything that I ever accomplished in my life just would have disappeared, except for this man. I owe everything I have, not just the past, the present, but the future, to this guy. And he hasn't asked anything in return. It's so bizarre. Can you imagine all the wealth that I have, whatever little wealth I have accumulated, knowledge, wisdom, associations, everything I owe to him, because I was gone. I said my goodbyes. And he never asks anything. I even, try and force Mysore Pak to him, and he says, no, I don't want it. What are you trying to do? You're going to make me a diabetic or what? He hasn't asked for anything, and he saved a life. And Papaji was like that. I didn't know him personally, but I know a little of him. The reason why we've gathered here today is because he must have been such a man. So, out of respect to them and to Dr. Kachru, who saved my life, I will say what exactly is in my mind for the next 4 minutes. And I'll tell you what is in my mind. When I started off by saying that it is a pleasure and an honor to be here, I was half correct. It is an honor. It truly is. But it is not, thank you, but it is not a pleasure. In fact, it is painful. Every time I see a Kashmiri Hindu, there is a tinge of immense pain that runs through my body. I hate seeing Kashmiri Hindus. That is the truth I'm telling you. And you know why? Because the moment I see any Kashmiri Hindu, I am reminded, I am ashamed of what we are as a state. I am ashamed of myself. I am ashamed of the cruelty that we perpetrated. I am ashamed of the indifference of this country, that life just goes on. For 30 years, life carries on as if nothing happened in 1990. And even now, so kindly, a few before me, Kashmiri Hindu gentlemen have spoken that while we were, they didn't use the word exile, they said while we were, I forget the exact word that they used, displaced. No, you weren't displaced. You were driven out through a genocide. This is the psychology that this state has perpetrated on us, that we have even forgotten genocide. In about 20 years after Tiananmen Square happened, where the Chinese state literally ran tanks over 10,000 of its own people and murdered them, there was a survey held in China where they showed that famous photograph of a tank man standing in front of a tank. You've all seen that. He stopped that column of tanks single-handedly, that iconic photograph. 80% of Chinese youth did not know what that photograph meant. Just 25 years after Tiananmen Square. This is how easy it is to forget one's history. And when we kindly or out of apathy or whatever the reason might be say that we were displaced, no, you're not even in exile. You've been victim of a genocide that this state has forgotten. And that is why I hate seeing your faces, because I see the cruelty of my own face. As Nietzsche said, you stare at an abyss long enough and the abyss stares back at you. This is what I get accosted by when I see all of you. I'm sorry if I'm hurtful. Professor Sapori is an inspiration, he's a mentor, but it's cruel, it's painful to see him. It's painful to see people who are one's own, but we as a state have not done anything. There are two things here that are a lesson. That is that the people who not displaced you, the people who committed genocide on you, the state there, the state later, the executive, the legislature, even your neighbors who ratted on you, they thought they're going to uproot this tree It'll be gone forever. But they didn't know that this tree, you are the tree of Palash. You know Palash? It comes just before summer, and you have these little seeds of Palash. They are ensconced by this fluff, little cotton, and they fly away. And that's beautiful evolution in action. There, the seed might fly tens, hundreds of miles and then be planted at some place. This is what you've done. They thought they are uprooting you forever from your own land. But here you settled, that Palash seed has come and settled in Faridabad. And that Palash seed has settled in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai I have seen, in Kerala. Palash, that seed, you have traveled everywhere. And the tragedy is that there are perhaps hundreds of Kashmiri Hindus who just quietly doing about their work like Papaji. There are doctors, Dr. Kachru, there are vice chancellors, there are educationists. It pains me to see not just their suffering, it pains me to even talk about it, to enter the realm of activism. That's not your job. Your job is to save lives, your job is to educate, your job is to dissipate wisdom. Your job is to inspire the youth. The job of the state was to make sure that you return to your homeland, that there are homes that are given, that your rights are given back to you. That's not your job. It is embarrassing to be an activist for a person who has a greater, higher calling. It is embarrassing. And it is embarrassing to me when the state rewards it. It is shameful for the state to reward an activist. They should not be people who are activists. The state should do the right thing. The state should realize that Professor Sapori's job is to impart education. Dr. Kachru's job is to save lives. Papaji's job is to, again, save lives and help prosper the next generation. Why are you fighting? Why should you be on the streets? Why should there be Andolan? Why should there be sit-in protest? But here we are. We have a huge generation that's not even calling it a genocide. Well, be that as it may, I just hope, I'm sorry I've taken extra because a little bit more emotional than I usually am, because it is painful. It's really painful that this should not be the case. Anyone who gets appointed as the Prime Minister, the first hour should have been to make sure that all Kashmiri Hindus are rehabilitated. Not just a day, not just a week or a month or a year or 10 years or 3 successive terms. The first hour. How much does it take to do the right thing? This is why I can't get my head around. This is not a policy decision. This is not an emotional decision. This is a moral decision. And moral decisions should not take time. They should not take a minute. Even taking a minute for a moral and ethical decision is embarrassing. Our state is beyond being embarrassed. That's the tragedy. And I wish all of you, my family, that's why I'm sorry I'm being so harsh and perhaps ruthless or rude. Forgive me. But this is exactly how I feel. And I hope going forward, not you, it's not your job to demand anything. I hope the state does the right thing. In the memory of a lot of you who would be gone, unfortunately or fortunately, that's the way of the world. But in memory of Dr. Kachru, who also would not be there, I don't know how long it would take, I would not be there, none of us would be there, but in memory of Papaji himself. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insightful thought with us. Now I'd like to invite Subhash Premiji to continue the program.
थैंक यू दीक्षा। आज के इस महान पर्व पर आप संचालन के कार्य में दीक्षित हो चुकी हैं एंड आई विश यू ग्रेट हाइट्स इन एंकरिंग। अब हमारा जो अगला कार्यक्रम है, हमने आपके नॉलेज के लिए कि वी प्रोड्यूस ए बाई मंथली मैगजीन बाय द नेम ऑफ शारदा तरंगिनी। टुडे वी हैव ए स्पेशल इशू ऑफ शारदा तरंगिनी विच इज डेडिकेटेड टू द मेमोरीज ऑफ पापा जी। मैं डॉक्टर सोपरी जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे उसके विमोचन के लिए हमारे मुख्य अतिथि और गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर रंगनाथन जी और सिद्धार्थ कौल जी को लेके इसका विमोचन करें, इस विशेष अंक का, इस स्पेशल इशू का। मैं साथ में इस मैगजीन के शारदा तरंगिनी के चीफ एडिटर उमाकांत काचरू जी को भी आमंत्रण देता हूं और हमारे जो कश्मीरी सेवक समाज के जो प्रेजेंट एग्जीक्यूटिव है उसके पदाधिकारियों को भी मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं कि वे भी आगे आएं। कुलदीप काचरू जी हैं, अनिल दर जी आप भी आइए, पटवारी जी आप भी आइए। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब मैं उमाकांत काचरू जी से अनुरोध करूंगा जो इस शारदा तरंगिनी के मुख्य संपादक हैं कि वे दो शब्द कहें अपने इस प्रयास के लिए, खास तौर पर जो ये विशेषांक आज के लिए रिलीज किया गया है। श्री उमाकांत काचरू।
नमस्कार, आप सबको मेरी तरफ से अभिनंदन। I have spent all my career in IT and knew nothing about journalism. And when I superannuated Kashmiri Sewak Samaj, I don't know how they felt that I am capable of doing it, and they wrote me in, and that's how this journey started about 7 years back, 6-7 years back. So I would say, in the language of Dr. Ranganathan, I am an 8th class journalist. And with that, I would just like to give you a rundown about the genesis of Sharda Tarangini, the magazine that Kashmiri Sewak Samaj brings out every quarter. It was the vision of Papaji, that while all the other social activities were being done through Kashmiri Sewak Samaj, there was a need felt by him that there has to be a mouthpiece which will reach to every Kashmiri Pandit in general, but I would say larger community also, that we tell them about what all is being done by Kashmiri Sewak Samaj. So it took birth in 1994, and this journal was that time called Sharda. The name was suggested by one Mr. Jagan Kaul, who was also himself, now I'll use Dr. Ranganathan's terminology, who was also driven out by the militancy. Later on in 2002, our current General Secretary, Mr. Vinod Dhar, he took charge of this newsletter and actually started giving it a shape in which we eventually started seeing it, and he got it registered with RNI, and Sharda Tarangini came to be known as the name of this journal. And thereafter, somehow, sometime somewhere in 2007, this name got dropped, and it continued for some years as a newsletter and not by the name Sharda Tarangini. In 2017, when I was asked to lead and edit this magazine, we again made an attempt to register it, and with the same name that we have been using it earlier, we got it registered again as Sharda Tarangini, and in 2017 we filed our papers for it, and in 2019 we first published again this magazine as Sharda Tarangini. So that is where it started in the current shape. So that is the history of Sharda Tarangini, and it's a trilingual magazine which is published in 3 languages: English, Hindi and Kashmiri. The idea was that Kashmiri being the language that we belong to, we must bring in something where our literary people who are Kashmiri speaking and Kashmiri writing could contribute, and we would give them a platform of a magazine to publish in it. And we have been grateful to a lot of our writers who have been constantly giving us their contributions, and we publish them. Besides Sharda Tarangini being a mouthpiece of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj, we started thinking of making it available globally. And as COVID came, it opened different channels for, it came as a misfortune, but it also opened other vistas. And we started making Sharda Tarangini in an electronic form. And today, Sharda Tarangini is spread all across the globe. It is being sent electronically wherever Kashmiris live in the world. We send it to them, and we are grateful to our readers and also the authors who continuously keep contributing and giving us ideas. I thank the management of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj, my president, Professor Sopuri, and all of them who come, who have been supporting me, and in particular the editorial board that supports me from behind to make it a magazine that I have been hearing. I don't know whether it's a flattering being done to me or it is genuine, but I've been constantly told it's a good magazine that you produce, and I thank you all for that. Thank you very much.
Now we are going to start our next session, that is on social transformation through education. इस सेगमेंट को हमारे जनरल सेक्रेटरी विनोद धर जी कंडक्ट करेंगे. आइए विनोद जी.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Namaskar. Om Namah Shivaya. Pleasure being here. Pleasure being responsible for so many things as a team. We have worked very hard on this Papaji Centenary celebration. We are all moved by your presence and speaking. We thank all speakers for... Hello, hello. Do you hear me, sir? We are really... I don't have words to actually express. We want to welcome by our hearts Dr. Ranganathan. Again, Dr. Bamze Saab, moved by his speech on Nowruz celebrations. Professor Bamze is a guiding factor for all our community members. Then we have Professor Bhupender Jitshi. He does not need any introduction. He is one of the coveted scientists of our country from JNU. Then there is so many things to tell about them, but due to time constraints, I have been told to control your extempore things. So we are lucky to have Dr. Archana Kakru here also. She is the president of Kashmir Overseas Association America. Unfortunately, her mother passed away just 15 days back, but she accepted our president's request to be present here. We thank you, madam. And we thank you all, sir. And all the audience, all our brotherly in Faridabad. Kashmiri Sewak Samaj is now reshaping and refusing. Our team is really in proper spirits. So now we have mini seminar on social transformation through education, which will be headed by Professor Ranganathan, sir. And the speakers and as per your program, there will be 3 speakers. Hello. As per program, there will be 3 speakers. Professor Ranganathan will be the chairperson of the team. It will be led by Professor Bhupender Jitshi, Professor Ramesh Bamse, and Dr. Archana Kakru. So, to begin with, let us have chairs for all the members to have. So I request Chairperson Professor Ranganathan to come forward, sir. Start the process, start the speaking session. So it will enlighten us all. We are already enlightened by your earlier 10-minute. He will guide them, no? He will start it. You conduct the program, sir.
Thank you very much. May I please request Professor Bhupender Jitshi to please come forward and deliver his address. Thank you.
Respected Mamiji, Professor Sopuri, Professor Ranganathan, and other esteemed members who are present here, I'm extremely grateful to Professor Sopuri for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you on the contribution of Papaji towards education, especially the upliftment of social groups. I had the opportunity to work with several organizations on this issue of child labor, child education. When I was teaching in Jawaharlal Nehru University, I had conducted several projects, and my close association with Kailash Satyarthi, Nobel Peace Prize, have been in this because I have worked with him in the field of education, especially for the children, child labor and other products. I have been told by Professor Sopuri to speak about the contribution of education by Papaji. Let me tell you that I also had the opportunity to do some of the evaluation of the education programs undertaken by several organizations, including SOS village schools, which are located across the country. At present, at the time, there were 34 SOS school villages and also 270 other projects which were related to the SOS villages. Those were basically to provide non-formal education, formal education, also to provide skill development program, also to have a training program for nurses, for B.Ed colleges. Especially I visited a college in Bhimtal, Uttarakhand, which was organized, which was run by this SOS institutions. Now let me tell you that the first thing which I observed, we are talking about the period between 1970s to 2000. As all of you know, this was a period when government was not in any position to provide the education to all people. In fact, the latest data on 1991 census, which earliest data, showed that out of 209 million children aged 6 to 14 years, nearly 55% were actually out of school. This is the census data. So therefore you can see the magnitude of education during that period. It was during this period that the NGO of Papaji came forward along with other NGOs and tried to create a situation in the country whereby some sort of a support could be provided to the children who actually needed the education at that time. And most of them, these children were orphan children, slum children, street children, displaced children, orphan children, and these were the children. So there was no way of giving education to them through the normal government processes. So at that time, many of the NGOs came forward, and I witnessed, because I was also part of that movement along with Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, when we worked on the education, and also we had several projects in Mirzapur. Several child labor were engaged in carpet activity at that time. So our purpose was basically to withdraw the children from the work, also provide them some kind of education support, and in this way I came across with SOS institutional schools, which I visited and found them completely different than rest of the schools. As has been already stated in the morning, this film we have seen, that the concept of SOS schools is altogether different than what was actually being done by other NGOs. Basically, they were providing education to them either non-formal way or formal way. But the concept of SOS was different, because here they are providing home to them. And so this was altogether different, and which really, I was really touched the way it. And when I then I was, look at, this was the period we also wanted to have a right to education, because right to education also, it is enshrined, as you know, it in the directive principles. But till 2001, hardly anything was done by the government of India in this. So there was a need to have a movement to create pressure groups on government so that they can actually make this possible. This should have been a fundamental right, but till 2001, right to education was not granted. But it was only due to the pressure, and I know several marches were organized, and in fact, I saw during that period how the NGO of Papaji was working closely with other NGOs to see that this right to education is actually being implemented, is being accepted. And we were lucky that in 2001 the Parliament of India got it passed, and then the right of education became the reality. And this is enshrined also in the, the United Nations Child Right to Children, because that is, education is the first and foremost requirement. Unless and until there is education, you cannot have any kind of development. And we already note how education is closely, because several studies have been conducted by World Bank, conducted by International Labour Organization, conducted by UNESCO, which have clearly reflected through the studies that how imparting education is important to improve the quality of life, to improve the economic capacity of the people, because it was seen through these studies that those laborers or those workers who are educated, the productivity is much higher than those workers who are not educated at all. So therefore Papaji understood the importance of education, and that's why he clearly indicated that we have to see that these children who are vulnerable children, who are not taken care by any society, because most of them are orphan or they are street children, they have to be, so there the SOS village school came in a big way to support them. Now I as a researcher conducted evaluation programs for several types of schools, which was the Jansalai program from Government of India. Then there were child labor schools which was supported by Ministry of Labor. Then there were also UNESCO schools. There was, and also the Bachpan Bachao Andolan schools. And a task was given to him to identify, to find out the impact of the schools, to see how they have changed the society and what is the role of these schools which providing the education to the people. And in this process, I did select some of the schools from SOS also, so find out what is the kind of education which is being imparted by the SOS schools as against the other schools, because there were several NGOs who were imparting. So I did a thorough understanding, and this study was conducted, and this was appropriate sample was selected, certain indicators were selected related to the relevance, related to effectiveness, related to efficiency, related to the sustainability, and related to also the outcome. And several indicators, a thorough study was conducted throughout the country, where we did select some of the SOS schools also to understand how these schools are actually performing in a different way as compared to other schools, because there were other NGOs supported by it. But to my surprise, you will be very, that I found that the SOS schools concept was altogether different. It was a total development of the personality of the children were developed in a different way as compared, because they are in other NGOs, it was just providing them the education facility, maybe non-formal education or formal education. But here the kind of schools which SOS schools were working, where the children, it was a total development of the, and what I found through my study, I'm just giving some of the findings which would be definitely useful and which you would like to see out of the school. What I found that the reach, access and equity, reach of these schools was pertinent and very important and relevant. Why? Because these schools were selected in such locations, especially in some urban areas or as in the rural areas where there was a need. So those, and where maybe thorough understanding was done by the organization that where these schools are really, these SOS institutions are really needed. So the reach was pertinent and relevant, because there was a large number of children which were needing that type of education at that time. Secondly, it was access. Access was also closed, because the children, because they are in most of the cases, as I've already said, as has been already stated in the morning, homes were provided to the children. So there was no question, because, and they were providing a family atmosphere. This was the second thing which is as compared to other NGOs where the education was being done. And third was also equity. I did find, and as has been already stated in the morning, the girls' education played a very significant role in this process. Probably selection of the students was done in such a way so that girls, disabled children, orphan children, and majority of the children which were from either scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, which were downtown people, they were provided this kind of a support through these SOS schools. So therefore, what I came out from this, one of the clear-cut findings was that the reach, equity, and the access was much higher of the concerned children, which actually were needed to be given education as in these type of schools as compared to other schools funded by other NGOs. Number two, next set was that, as has been already stated, this many children, we were homeless, shelterless. They have been provided home and shelter and also homely atmosphere. So it helped them to have a total development process was started. Third was also, we'll send, as you know, the education, we have several types of education, which is pre-primary education, primary education, secondary education, higher education, and of course, later on, it will lead to the, this skill development program. But in these schools, all were inweaved together in these, because other schools, NGOs, either one part was missing or other part was missing. But the schools run by SOS Foundation had a complete total program where pre-primary education was also provided. It's a very important requirement because that is the requirement at the initial stages. It makes child prepared for the school. And it also develops the vocabulary, it also develops very important components of the brain. So therefore that was also imparted. Secondly, then the primary education took a very important, here, it was highly relevant in the sense that local requirements which were needed in these schools were, actually these schools had that kind of a situation where that relevant curriculum was done, which is based on the local environment, and also learning teaching methods, which were actually demonstrated in these schools, were basically imbued with the local environment. So the child was knowing what is he doing and what is not doing. Third important component was the teachers who were giving the education to these children. They were highly qualified, highly trained, because not for qualified in terms of education, but the process of training was being done sincerely, and at every level the training was provided to these teachers, so that, because ultimately, as we know, the outcome of education is to a large extent dependent upon home atmosphere as well as the teachers' quality. Unless and until if the teachers are not quality-wise, then obviously you will not, and that's what is happening in majority of the government schools in the school. But most of these SOS schools had a quality teachers who were trained regularly in the institutions which were actually run by the SOS under different projects. So that was also one of the positive point in this. Third was that, what I found, that the child education was basically learning and then done by themselves, because the kind of education we know at present is being done in other schools, especially in the private schools, and now this was learned way back in these schools by the SOS. And actually, as was already stated, that the computer learning and all those things was started way back in these schools, which was that time unheard of in those days. So you could see from that parameters that how these schools tried to develop the personality of the child. And then I did conduct a survey where we could talk to those people. We traced them, some of the respondents who had already done the study in these SOS schools. And to my surprise, to our surprise, it was really that a significant proportion of those children were actually earning livelihood themselves. They were appropriately, working either in the government sector or in the private sector themselves. So none of them, and to our surprise, 85% of the students who had done the education from the SOS schools were basically actually self-sustained, supporting children who were actually working and had also, and I also did one survey to find out how it has impacted their family lives. And to our surprise also, we did conduct a survey where we found out that the quality of education, especially some of the indicators of demographic indicators, for example, child mortality rates, fertility rates, were much lower among those students who had actually been trained in these schools. So keeping these parameters in view, it was, in my opinion, the evaluation study clearly brought out that these schools were apart from the rest of the schools, and they were quality schools, which was needed at that time. And because, as I've told you that time, and later on, nowadays the situation is different, because now the access and reach of the schools is everywhere. But those were the days where hardly any schools were available, hardly any teachers were trained. But to this the survey clearly indicates that these schools were quite apart from rest of the schools. So therefore, this is my humble suggestion, that the best homage for Papaji will be to let us complete those projects which are not yet fully complete. I heard in the morning. So we should try to provide all possible help, support, so that the dream of Papaji in providing such quality education is completed. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Bhupendra Joshi. I would like to add one more thing in respect of Professor Bhupendra Joshi ji. He is a consultant to UNESCO and other organizations. One of his impactful work has been in the mainstreaming of 10,000 child laborers involved in carpet weaving. I will repeat again, sir. Professor Joshi's credentials, besides being an academic of higher order, he is a consultant to UNESCO and other organizations. One of his impactful work has been in mainstreaming 10,000 child laborers in weaving industry in the Mirzapur Badohi district of UP. A commendable job. We are really proud of him, sir. Professor Joshi, please hear me. And I will tell you one thing. He also migrated. He is a victim of exodus, forced genocide in 90s. He is like us. He is like us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir, for guiding us. We'll take note of this in our records, and we'll certainly require your help in furthering this cause. We are at your disposal. Now I request Professor Ramesh Bamzai ji. He is a PhD. मैं करता हूँ सर को फिर I invite him. हाँ रंगनाथ सर ना प्रोफेसर रंगनाथ सर प्लीज.
Thank you very much. May I please now request Professor Ramesh Bamzai to come and deliver his talk. Thank you.
तो सारी महाराज म्योन नमस्कार. Especially Professor Ranganathanas, in my son, adopted son by name with family hain. Professor Ranganathan, tohitichu namaskar. So I say namaskara to you too in Kashmiri. Actually, the azuk yus paneluk discussionuk muddachu suchu education hai kya social transformation. So I will speak in a mixed kind of a language because Professor Ranganathan is also here. We want Professor Bhupendra Joshi कि कितकन तिम जमीनी स्तरस पे तिमो कूम कर्मच कोई बात नहीं आ जाएगी मैं काफी जोर से बोलता हूं तो चली जाएगी. तो इमो वन जमीनी स्तरस पे कितकन इमो कूम कर्मच एजुकेशन कितकन हेल्प करान. Education, how does it help? How does it help families? How does it help an individual? But the question is, how does it bring social transformation? So, next step is, Mission is zamini staras pet karnas kami Professor. I think I have issue because my mobile is. Yeah. So, education transforming, bringing transformation socially and raising collective consciousness. I think one of the points which Professor Ranganathan mentioned in the morning in his address is part of that collective consciousness. I would take it that way. Are we socially transformed? Are we socially transformed? Are we socially transformed, and has education, because Kashmiris happen to be 100% educated, at least at one time point, the Sari 100% educated, now we have underprivileged also, who after Exodus lost that kind of a categorization. So we have to think of those underprivileged sections also, which are back in the so-called erstwhile state of J&K. So question now arises, how is this education? First, let me understand the community who is educated. And I'm not going to be overcritical about it, but then highlight certain facts that for social transformation, what all ingredients are required so that we as an educated community go ahead. There is no doubt about it that it has been a commendable, the resilience of the community to withstand the onslaught, the genocide. And the resilience shown by the community is commendable, there is no doubt about it. But have they learned that lesson out of it? To remember what Professor Ranganathan said in the morning, that we have begar. Magar iskarik na begari yo as chok sore you centuries hund son os sas badan warin has just darohar us. So makluk, that means it's annihilation, it's ethnic cleansing. So in that situation, are we aware? Has our education helped us to be socially conscious and yet perform as we are performing, and as the wellness has come to our families or to individuals? And we have done extremely well, you know, at least most of us have done phenomenally well. There is no doubt that we didn't choose violence, and we didn't choose violence to assuage the historical humiliation. Agar tohi yaad shu yim brohis tak rozan, we used to live with humiliation. I'm not going to raise that, there's no point after 3.5 decades to talk about such. But then we lived through this and we learned a great deal how to survive. So it became the surviving skill evolutionarily, because I'm a geneticist and I know evolutionary biology, and these skill sets come into you because if there's a persistent onslaught, you get selected for a selected trait. So the answer to the question which Professor Ranganathan has raised, that we have become an evolutionary selected breed of a kind where the onslaught has been there, exodus has been there, ethnic cleansing has been there, and yet we are vibrant, we have survived, and we are trying to acquire the skill sets to go through all the ordeals which we have faced. And then you gave an Palash example to that we are seeding everywhere and going there. But then is that collective consciousness of the community? Is that social transformation? And I'll just quickly address these issues. What are the issues which the community has faced? As ka problem chhe yemkin is chne hekan achne kuni kat organizations. So we have umpteen number of organizations which deal with, we have umpteen number of organizations serving the, serving for the community, them socially alert, them cultural activities karan, them even academically oriented also, but does it contribute to social transformation for the community, or has this activity of different organizations, umpteen organizations who are doing human service, and cases being one which has taken this initiative to conduct this panel discussion? I think it's needed, and more such debates and discussions are needed. So, and this is needed to raise the collective consciousness. This is very important for the community, and I think having heard Professor Ranganathan, what he mentioned, I think it should shake you somewhere to remember at the back of the brain that, well, this is also important to remember where you stood and how you faced and how you survived through this exodus and ethnic cleansing which was executed on you. So what is happening? We lack the spirit of flexibility, and we are very stiff, rigid. Organizations, we can Azika's release, I mean, bear with me. This is a wonderful exercise. Kashmir Samacharan kor win yetnasan circulate ke hai Kashmir Samachar te hasachu. Patacho All India Kashmiri Samaj chu Byak magazine. Asha ka centralized jai yete youngster. Because what should we be doing? The education should be such that we educate, we strategize in such a way that we are educating youngsters, the future generation of Kashmiri community, who remember ethnic cleansing of theirs, and they also at the same time have the same resilience what you have been carrying, in order to, for future years to come, how are they going to shape themselves? I think there are two things which I suggest, because I think we don't have that much time at our disposal. One is having consensus, kuni kath. We do not have kuni kath between different organizations for convergence for a given goal. Ashut having kuni kath, ashut having ashut sonchun panin younger generation having alive to ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing of the kind where genetically what you were created for, the nature created you as a gene pool which was distinct, and this is finished. Because you're mixing now, you're out, everything is happening, there's crossbreeding happening of all kinds. So you couldn't maintain the purity of your genetic pool. Language, see what is important for ethnic identification. The important part is that you have land and language. Land you have lost, language you are losing. So what is left? So once you have left, the education has to come for this social transformation. I think we have to educate ourselves and the future generation that the social transformation of the kind, the alertness which our generation should have to educate youngsters. Now, how do we educate youngsters? Obviously, there are ways and means. First thing is that different organizations are not going to have kuni kath. They will not have consensus, but they have their own agenda. They are doing well, and I am happy. Personally, I am happy if the hundreds of organizations are doing their job in different ways. Somebody is making temples, some is restoring temples, somebody is creating ashram, somebody is doing something, cultural activity. Very good. But can you come together for a kuni kath on certain aspects? And those are formal education which our kids are getting. I think we need to see, we are small community, we are small, we don't matter, our voice is not heard. If our voice is not heard, then what do? What are the ingredients so that your voice will be heard? One is that you become important. I remember Kao Saab's days when he was AIK's president, we had proposed that we should have a university, maybe Sharda University those days. 80s, 90s. This was with Panam Kashmir also when I was associated, so we used to think that there should be a university. Now, all has gone behind us, but doesn't matter. As Papaji thought of and executed, we could not do. See, he had the potential to think and execute, and he did it. He did it for a social cause. He brought social transformation through SOS mechanism. Timo wuch ki kitkai chanak bo mai kashir te karak be involved atmas te im gasan help im pakan bronkunat. So Timo, he had that foresight, he had that vision, and he did it. But uchne hakan parit likhit te chana is hakan buti kya karit. इसलिए पाइजे ऐसे formal education of the kind where our voice will matter. तम साथन वन्यो ऐसे काल सबस दबुस है तो इशू IAS ऐसे मारा पाइजे तिकारों इमसन इम वनहन वारिया IAS so that you have an administrative machinery छिक कशर बाट अगर आसन इम उठन की खेम पाइके ब्रोंका इटे पठन इम बच्चे छ futuristic areas kya hakdan subject. I think we have so many educationists amongst us. We have professionals amongst us. When Dr. Kachar sund koruk zikr in the morning, kuita professional doctor asantim. Actually, hatabedi, sasabedi doctors, engineers, chap optimally utilize karan ye potential for a given cause. That is social transformation. That is raising consciousness within ourselves, collective consciousness. At collective consciousness, kuni kath asna khatra, consensus, kuni kath asna khatra chu zurat. Actually, chedun even different organization ki hai chitrav panin kum, chashi ashram banaun se banavsa, chashi bhajan sham nasan karon, saas bhajan karan, chashi social activity, cultural activity karan, do it. We have no problems, but let's come together for a cause. And I think there should be no issue on that. So I miss Papaji today, honestly, because I met him on different occasions. I think we need to have, I told last time Professor Sopuri, because the kind of leadership role he plays for KSS, I told him, and the way organization, and I also said simultaneously, I remember it distinctly, बर्तन खड़कते हैं जब बहुत से होते हैं, so there is no issue. There will be controversies, there will be problems, there will be issues to resolve, but there has to be a leader like you who will take them together. So there have to be some leaders like this. I think we need to develop a consensus. We need to have a kuni kath, and kuni kath for formal education. We need to expose youngsters for key areas which are going to be futuristic. Suppose if we start thinking in terms of space technology, space biology, I'm just giving an example. There's an issue in social sciences of resolving problems. So if you train a person, ordain them that they can resolve these problems, they become such. Now that is how small community will emerge and be a winner over there, because you're holding those pockets. I'm not saying that you hold pockets of power and then become corrupt. No, not like that. I think we are a resilient community. We understand everything. We have values. We have stuck by values. We didn't encourage gun culture within our community despite being annihilated almost, and we survived. So I think in such a situation, we need to orient our formal education system in a manner that we guide them. And professors like Sudhir Sopuri should take a leadership role for formal education. He has been Vice Chancellor of one of the best universities in the country. And I'm hopeful that KSS will, I'm giving him, I know that he keeps on saying, अरे क्या क्या बोलते रहते हो मेरे लिए, मेरे कंधे वैसे ही थक गए हैं और फिर एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दे रहे हो. नहीं, आपके कंधों के साथ कंधे मिला के हम सब लोग तैयार हैं. तो इस बार अच्छे तैयार, तो इससे take that leadership role for formal education. For these organizations which are multiple in number, I think let's have non-formal, which is Bhupinder ji already mentioned about non-formal education, informal education. Let's orient ourselves. Our kids do not know about history. It's forgotten, as Professor Ranganathan pointed out, that in due course of time, over decades, it will be forgotten. Because we are living a comfortable life now. well-settled people, doctors, engineers, well-settled positions. So this well-settling is not sustainable. It's not sustainable in the background of ethnic cleansing. It's not sustainable in the background of a community which has survived the biological and social evolution for centuries and hundreds and thousands of years and created a novel gene pool. So it's not sustainable. So your wellness of today is not sustainable for future generation. So non-formal, informal education of the kind, these organizations, small organizations, big and small, who work in different areas, need to be told that you need to converge for a cause. And what is to be done? History. They need to be made aware of the historical facts, the culture, tradition. Kemish pata, aajkal sham bachan pata ki culture, tradition kya kihin chhan pata. With rational understanding. They diverse areas, because time is short, so I don't want to go into the all kind of areas and pinpoint. Maybe there can be another brainstorming on this, and cases can organize so that one details. No, there is an algorithm for each thing. There are step-by-step processes for both this formal education in very key futuristic areas, so that Kashmiri community, young kid, becomes a dominant voice to be heard. We are not being, our voices are falling to the deaf ears. As was pointed out by Professor Ranganathan, he said, state should have done it. State will not do it because you are not a vote bank. You don't matter. And we have also not organized ourselves in a manner that even within the Jammu area or in Delhi area where you are in good numbers, your votes will still be split. So anyway, that's besides the topic. So question is that how do you, because you cannot become a dominant voice, or you will not, your voice will not matter in such a situation. This is the only process, because we have been educationalists, doctors, so we our orientation, our psyches of that kind. So we need to understand that we have to have two things: formal education, strategize for that, educate our kids in futuristic areas. So what is coming in future, which one is not able to see even today, so you train your kids in that area and they become the dominant voice. They excel over there, then only they can become a dominant. And second, simultaneously an informal educational process where you make them aware of your culture, tradition, ethnicity, what is important for that, retaining the ethnicity, what is important for that, making them understand why through biological social evolution you are a gene pool which is now no longer remaining this is getting diluted over a period of time, and what you were spiritually, Kashmir Shaivism, to that extent, how it evolved. Are they aware? Is the younger generation aware? No. So in such a situation, I think there are pockets which are doing this job. So in such a situation, by combining this, I'm sure what we will do is we'll educate ourselves, we educate our future generation, we will strategize it, we'll create an algorithm for that, a step-by-step process, different multiple organizations which are doing their own duffly in their own way, let them do it. You don't interfere in that, but ask them to converge for certain things, and there can be many other areas which are socio-political. They can also be added to it since it's only about education. So I think through this educational process, I'm sure there will be a transformation process within our community, and their voice will matter, and this will raise the overall consciousness of the community. Thank you so much for listening.
Sir. No, but the name, sir. Just a minute, sir. Briefing the golden words by Professor Ramesh Bamzai. Thank you, sir. थोड़ा सा इंट्रोडक्शन देना बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत लोगों को नहीं पता है, वारियांचन पता क्या. He was a former Vice Chancellor Mata Vaishno Devi University, Katra. He is PhD from AIMS, New Delhi, and earlier served as professor at Banaras Hindu University and later professor and dean. JNU, where he established UGC National Center of Applied Genetics. He also keenly worked on cancer and leprosy areas in India and abroad also somewhere. He is a fellow of all the science academies in India, has won many awards including Padma Shree. Great of you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for guiding us again. Thank you, sir. We will use your services, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Bamzai. May I please now invite Dr. Archana Kakru to deliver her address. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Namaskar, everyone. मैं तरफश सारी नमस्कार बे दशहरात रामनवमी इस राती ऐसकर celebrate तमें को बहुत मुबारक तो पोस्ट. I will be speaking in mixed language and please excuse me for that. First of all, I want to thank for the introduction, and I also want to thank Sudhir ji, who I have been fortunate to know for the last 4 years now, and also want to thank Sharika Bhawan here, KSS, and who have just recently given us the opportunity to perform the 11th and 12th day puja for my mother, who just recently passed and passed for the heavenly abode. So thank you so much. That puja was really very it's a wonderful way of thank you. It was a wonderful way my family could actually come together. Hello. So I want to thank the Sharika Bhawan here, KSS Faridabad, for letting us use their facilities here to perform that puja. It is an honor and a privilege to be here with these esteemed panel speakers. Professor Ranganathan, what a pleasure and an honor to hear you and now hopefully to know you. And I have learned a lot today. I do not live here, but always connected to the community here through the work that the Kashmiri Overseas Association does. I have been in close association with many of the organizations. And I speak today from the experiences that I have gained being a volunteer and for the past close to 4 years as the president of the association. Professor Ranganathan, you spoke of Dr. Kachru. He's a close friend. And thank you for remembering the doctors and the work they did during COVID. I am a physician myself, and I know that doctors don't really think too much when they save lives. It is our job, and that's how we live our life. It's almost a part of our lives. But thank you for really remembering Dr. Kachru's work. It is nice of you and commendable. So we are talking about the role of education in transforming not only the lives of the children who are being educated, but also the families. And in this, obviously, topic, who better than Professor and Padma Shree Jagan Kaul, Papaji, who that we know him as. He was an inspirational leader who basically did that. He educated underprivileged children, took them on, gave them a family, gave them a home, and thereby transforming their lives, but not only their lives, he transformed the lives of the entire SOS community. And I may be wrong with the numbers, but I think that today, from a humble beginning of a SOS center in Greenfields here in Faridabad. Today, I think there are about 200,000 children who have benefited from this education throughout the world. So I think that there is no better tribute to a person in his life and when he passes than to be remembered each day by those 200,000 children and their families, and by so many of us here, sitting here and sitting worldwide, to know that this human being was inspiration to so many of us. He was a social activist, a humanitarian, a philanthropist, and a leader who led by example and mentored so many of people here who have spoken so highly of him. I have met Papaji only twice. I was a victim of the exodus, as we call it. And my family had just moved to Faridabad. I was much younger then. And we went to Papaji, a group of us, because many children were out of school. We did not know how to educate them. And many adults who used to have, a job in Kashmir didn't have any. And so a group of us went to him and, we talked about our challenges, our problems, and he listened to us and he gave us a very patient hearing. And in the next coming months, many children were admitted to SOS schools and given free education. And many of people here, especially the ladies, will remember that they got jobs in SOS schools. Many of my relatives got a job in SOS school. They worked there for many, many years. So that was my initial introduction to Papaji. And later on, we were also invited to when we laid the foundation stone of Hari Parbat, another one of his, innovative and inspirational, ideas, wherein we brought Sharika Devi to Faridabad. And of course, then we had the Sharika Bhawan here, and so on and so forth. He also laid the idea and the foundation to many of the residential apartment buildings here, one of which my husband and I also own. So many different ways that he touched the lives of everyone, not only a select section of our society, but I think everyone in Faridabad and elsewhere has been impacted by the work Papaji has done. So we are talking about basically, how educating children of impoverished and underprivileged families can lift the entire family and the entire segment of that society. And I have some experience in that just by the fact that we have worked in this area. So KOA started the educational programs in early 1990s, and at that time, a group of volunteers, they came to the recently created migrant camps and started this program. When we admitted the children in the first year, that was I think 1994, we admitted 35 children to that program, and of course did the fundraising and all that. Today, that program has increased to, we give scholarships to 700 children every year. And of course, with inflation and stuff, the scholarship amount at that time was much lower, and we keep on increasing it. At this time, we have two educational programs running. One is the SAC, which is basically started at the grade of kindergarten, goes through the high school, and then we have another program which gives scholarships to the college-going children, and these children can be in any professional training, could be, they would be doing engineering or medical or anything, but these children come from underprivileged families. I wouldn't call them poor, but yes, from the records that we receive from these children and their families, and as for the standards of what we live by, these families are poor. They do not have the resources that luckily we all have here. And when people ask me, is that 35 years and, going on to 35 years now, how come a Kashmiri Pandit family is poor? I don't have a clear answer for that, but yes, there are families who are living in poverty, and most of these families are living in the migrant quarters now in Jammu. These are the families who do not have money for healthcare, and Maharaji here will bear testament to that how many families come to us to KMECT for help, and these people cannot afford healthcare. Same families, when COVID struck us, and we saw the situation, the desperation at that time, and all of us came forward. Thousands of people came forward, volunteered, gave money and all that throughout the world, and we had the best response collectively to COVID. At that time, we found that so many families, so many children were orphaned, so many families lost their breadwinners, and we had a collective data at that time. And I would be happy to relate that we did work together at that time. That was one instance wherein every individual, be it an organization, political, non-political, social, whatever, we all came together. And we gave a very robust response to COVID at that time, saving hundreds of lives. And that was done collectively by all Kashmiri Pandits throughout the world. So what I'm trying to say is that these families, however many less in number, they do exist in Kashmiri communities. And our focus, the focus of KOA, is to provide help, resources, whether financial or otherwise, to lift them out of this situation, desperation, so that the next generation doesn't have to be a part of that. We provide financial help, we provide career counseling, we provide mentoring, and whatever we can do, because it is KOA's commitment to help our community who has been forced into this kind of situation. It is not to their choosing. We were put in this situation, and it is our commitment to do whatever it takes to lift this segment of the population out of that. Now, how does educating this child help the family? Obviously, you educate a child, the family then becomes, the child becomes empowered. He can become, a person who can take informed decisions, is more aware of the political and the social settings around him. Once he is educated, he has the social mobility. He can move out of a certain situation and go for better opportunities. He has the social mobility, and that enables him to improve his social status, thereby lifting the status of his family and thereby the community. So if we educate 700 children today in Jagti or Muthi camp, we are hoping that in 10 years, there will be no Jagti and Muthi. And all those individuals who are living there and their families, somehow they will move on to better and greener pastures. As you educate the child, he develops a civic sense. He becomes a better citizen. He understands the different nuances of life, social justice, gender equality, and then social cohesion. And that's where we talk about communities coming together, organizations coming together. Professor Ranganathan talked about our being like a palace seed, and we are scattered throughout the world. Yes, we are. And yes, it takes communities who are torn by war and, in our case, by ethnic cleansing. It takes centuries for them to really come together cohesively and form one community throughout the world. And we may be working in silos, but each one of us is committed to doing good work. I see organizations here in India doing commendable work. We have KMACT chief here, Maharajji, we have Sopori Saab here. And you can see that every organization that I have had the privilege of working with, and I am inspired by each one of them every day. And I ask myself, what else can we do to help everyone, not only our community? So yes, we do good work, but there are challenges that we have to now, the next stage and the next step would be to create basically a global, probably an organization where everyone comes together, puts their ideas on the table, puts their resources on the table, and then ask each other, how can we pool these resources and which organization is best in dealing with what challenge? Some of us are good in healthcare, some of us are good in education, some in cultural activities, some in tradition. So each one of us has some strength. We cannot individually do it all. We have to come together. The challenge is in finding ways to do it. And the day we find an answer to that, we will be the winners. And so, till then, I think that I would urge every one of you sitting here, ask yourself each day, what can I do to improve the lot of others? Like Martin Luther King said, the life's most important and urgent question is, what can we do for others? We can all improve our lots, but what can we do for others? With that, I thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to speak here, and of course, an honor and privilege to know each one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kokru. We are really glad you are here and delivered your
delivered the best message to us all. For the audience, all of you should know that I will give a brief about Dr. Kokru. Archana Kokru is the president of Kashmiri Overseas Association. She became the president of KOA in January 2021. Just a minute. Hello. A passionate community worker at heart, she has dedicated her time to benefiting hundreds of She has dedicated her time to benefiting hundreds and thousands of our community members around the globe. During her tenure, we saw devastation caused by the COVID pandemic globally. While COVID hit India, she and her team delivered an immediate and a robust response to mitigate the sufferings of community here. Hundreds of oxygen concentrators, thousands of PPE kits, free meals, arranging oxygen cylinders, educating the people about preparedness of COVID and response to it. Vaccination drives were done by KOA at that time. During her time, she increased the student scholarship under KOA education program and started family sustenance program, which has benefited hundreds of KP families in India. Archana is deeply connected to our culture and traditions. She has kept the Kashmiri culture alive in the United States of America by undertaking multiple projects to keep our language and unique traditions alive. Under her guidance, she has led Sam Siri Puja every year, Samohik Siri Puja every year for the past 4 years with hundreds of combined puja on Shivaratri, on pious Shivaratri.
Day. In addition, Kashmiri language classes, seminars, Kashmiri Shivism, creating Kashmir Tithi calendar, many other innovative cultural initiatives have been taken by her. She has also promoted Kashmiri music, Kashmiri cuisine, art, poetry, and acknowledged and awarded many artists and Kashmiri musicians. She has worked closely with organizations and non-profits around the world to bring Kashmiri Pandit culture to the world stage. Last year, she worked with Art of Living and His Holiness Sri Ravi Shankar and her team performed at the world stage in Washington, D.C. Archana ji is a doctor by profession and runs a successful medical practice in USA along with her husband, Dr. Tej Kokru. Thank you, Dr. Tej Kokru also. She is blessed with a loving family and two wonderful children, Oisham and Ayushi. She has a very close association with KSS Faridabad and visits us regularly when she is in India. This is a really lovely brief. We are proud of her. Thank you, Dr. Kokru. Thank you, Tej Kokru ji. So now our final A speaker will be here. He is already here. Dr. Professor Ranganathan will be now guiding us, actually guiding us. Please come, sir. Please grace us now. Now your actual turn is speaker.
No, thank you. Thanks very much. There are a lot of papers out here. I hope I don't get confused. Like there was our Congress foreign minister, I forget his name, from Karnataka, and he was giving a speech in United Nations, and he suddenly started speaking in Portuguese. And without realizing, he had picked up the Portuguese ambassador's speech and he was merrily reading it out. He was in Congress, then he, of course, as all congressmen sooner or later do, he joined the BJP, I think yes. I forget his name. Mr. Krishna, S.M. Krishna, that's right, yes. So after 15 minutes, it was Mr. Hardeep Puri who gently nudged him and said, "Sir, you are reading Portuguese minister's speech, not ours." As if that would have made any difference. What a wonderful set of presentations by all three. My congratulations to them. And I think if I were to just sum the three presentations up, the first one talked about how composite the manner in which the schools were run by Papaji, that, years ahead, you could think of how an education is not just reading textbooks, but it involves, overall development of a child, and he was at least a couple of decades ahead. I think that was the first import that I got from the first presentation. The second was concerning about, would we forget our roots? Would we forget what happened to us, where we came from? Who is going to preserve that? And I think that's a more difficult question to answer, Professor Bamzai. And the final one, Dr. Archana, was kind of inspirational in many ways, because if I were to combine that with the import of the first two, it is that, and generalizations are always very risky, but I think one would be rather safe in generalizing that if at all Kashmiri Pandits have a job, it is to have imparted education to millions of people. It is to have cured millions of people. When your calling is in the field of education, when your calling is in the field of health, science, I think it's not that you have in any way failed the society. It is the nation has failed you. Because if you look at the data, right now, as far as just the schools are concerned, there is a paucity of 1.1 million school teachers. 19% of all school teacher positions are lying vacant. And you just basically haven't fixed the jigsaw. You have an entire community that all it has done for generations, perhaps thousands of years, is impart wisdom and education. And on the other hand, you have 1 million teacher positions lying vacant. There is another set of data. Doctors per million Indian population, 931. NGOs per million Indian population, 2,357. We have more than double the number of NGOs than there are number of doctors. So clearly the state isn't working the way it should. Our leaders aren't working the way they should. And just to end by saying that it's not that all politicians don't realize something has gone wrong. Let me quote one. Quote, "No, I won't give exiled Kashmiri Hindus any money. Every politician promises that. I will instead make sure their children never have to ask for money. 5% seats in Maharashtra colleges will henceforth be always reserved for Kashmiri Hindus," unquote, Bala Saheb Thackeray. He could understand that, the value of education. How teaching a man how to fish is different from giving a man a fish. Why can't our current crop of politicians understand that? And just yesterday, with due respect, Dr. Mohan Bhagwat gave his Vijay Dashmi address and he said, we need to learn from what is happening to the Hindus of Bangladesh. No, I'm sorry, with due respect. We didn't learn what happened to the Kashmiri Hindus of our own country for 35 years, and you want us to learn something that is happening after 35. Things will keep on repeating if we don't learn and we don't exercise the power that has been bestowed upon the state by the very people who've been committed upon a genocide. So I think with this, let me once again say what a pleasure and an honor, pleasure/pain and an honor it has been to be invited here. Professor Sapori, thank you so much. And it's been a real privilege to have chaired this session. Thank you so much.
You can announce.
Yes. I just want to take a minute of everyone's time. This year at the annual Kashmiri Overseas Association camp, which was held in Colorado, Colorado in the United States, we do every year give acknowledgements and awards to our partners and people who have done commendable job for our community. And last year's recipients were the KMECT, Maharaji, please stand up in your, and also Sharika Foundation. We work very closely with KMECT in the medical cases, and KOA almost funds about 1/4 to 1/5 of KMECT's budget every year. And so we work very closely with KMECT. Also, our other partner, Sharika Foundation, through who we do the educational program, also was acknowledged last year. This year, we acknowledged KSS Faridabad, Dr. Sopori. So I got the, thank you so much. So I got the plaques with me from US when I was traveling. So Sopori Sahab, can I please have the honor of giving you the award? Thank you so much. This is from KOA, acknowledging your work that you and the Kashmiri Sewak Samaj in Faridabad has done for the community, and we're very proud of the work that you do, and honestly a privilege to have known you all these years. Thank you so much. And the other award was given to AIKS this year, S.O. Rameshji, if you can please. And again, we all know the history of AIKS and the amazing presidents that we have had so far, Papaji being one of them, Mr. Kaul, that have been inspirational leaders. And this year, the work that KOA has been doing over the decades with AIKS was acknowledged this year at the camp. Thank you so much, Dr. Thanks again for giving me this opportunity.
हमारा आज का पहला सेशन जो प्री लंच सेशन था वो अब ख़त्म होने वाला है। इससे पहले कि हम लंच के लिए नीचे अपने बेसमेंट हॉल में जाएं, मैं अपने वाइस प्रेसिडेंट कश्मीरी सेवक समाज के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट काशी आखून जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे विधिवत वोट ऑफ थैंक्स प्रस्तुत करें। श्री काशी आखून।
Namaskar. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the hard work of those who made this day memorable. On behalf of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj Faridabad, let me pay my gratitude to Dr. Anand Ranganathan ji, our chief guest, for sparing time from his busy schedule to grace this occasion. Today we have an opportunity to hear you, sir. Your thoughts have enlightened our mind and have shown us a new path. Thank you very much for being with us and for delivering an inspiring speech. You have many times advocated for our cause of Kashmiri migrants, for cause of genocide victims, and pleaded for our justice on various social and electronic platforms. Thank you very much. Kashmiri Samaj is honored for your kind gesture, sir. Thank you very much. Let me offer our sincere thanks to Mr. Sharda Kaul, former President SOS Children Village International, for being with us today. You are a long-time associate and strong pillar of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj Faridabad. Your speech was so thought-provoking that it really made us think. We are honored by your presence. Thank you very much. We have with us Mr. Ramesh Bhatt, former Vice President DLF Constructions. Your speech was truly spellbound. It was an inspiration for all of us. You have been associated with Kashmiri Samaj since last 34 years. We value your contribution, sir. Thank you very much. We are happy to declare our thankfulness to Dr. Ramesh Raina, President AIKS, a karmat karyakarta since last so many years. Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. We are honored to have Mr. S.N. Pinta, a renowned writer who have authored many books. Your encouraging and inspiring words genuinely enrich us, sir. We are happy to mention our obligation to Mr. Hiralal Wangnu, who was always associated with Papaji. Thanks a lot for sharing your experience with us. We offer our sincere thanks to Mr. Umakant Kachru, the Chief Editor of Sharda Tarangini, a mouthpiece of Kashmiri Samaj Faridabad, for his dedication to serving the community and for bringing a special issue today on the birth anniversary of our social guru, Papaji. Please permit me to mention our appreciation to Professor Bhupender Zitshi, former professor and registrar of JNU, for delivering a soul-searching speech. We sincerely thank Shri Ramesh Bhamse, former Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Mata Vaishno Devi University, Jammu, being a speaker at today's function. Thank you very much for your suggestions and appreciation. Your inspiring speech will go a long way. Please permit me to express our appreciation to Dr. Archana Kachru, President Kashmir Overseas Association USA, for being with us today. Madam, the contribution of Kashmir Overseas Association by providing educational scholarship to deserving students of genocide victims since last so many years will be written in the golden words of the history of Kashmiri Samaj. Please accept our gratitude for joining us today. We express our sincere thanks to Padma Shree Professor Sudhir Sopori, President Kashmiri Sewak Samaj Faridabad. We are sure that your guidance and leadership will help Kashmiri Samaj to achieve new heights. We have with us Momiji today. She has been a great support for us since 1990. Your blessings will go a long way. We are blessed to have you today here. We have with us Sadhana Kaul family from Papaji's family. She is daughter of Papaji along with his family. We are grateful of having you today here. The important pillar of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj Faridabad, Mr. P.N. Dar, who gave the prime time of his life for the services of Samaj. Our sincere thanks goes to Dar Sahab. The Samaj is indebted to you for your support and guidance. Let me thank the executive members of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj Faridabad who put their efforts and time into making this function memorable. Let me pay special thanks to Dr. Ashok Raina, Mr. Kuldeep Kachru, Mr. Vinod Dar, Mr. Surinder Bhatt, Mr. Anil Dar, Mr. Puran Patwari, Mr. K.K. Bhatt, Mr. Navneet Sopori, Mr. Gashlar Pandita, Mr. Amal Magazine, Mrs. Bharti Kaul, and Mr. Subhash Premi. My thanks to our caretaker, Bainana, who has been working day and night for this function. My sincere thanks goes to community members, to all the community members of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj Faridabad, who are joining us always whenever there is a call from Kashmiri Samaj. All you members are greeting us and joining us here. Thank you very much for your participation, for your financial support, and for standing with us always. Thank you very much from the core of my heart. My gratitude goes to our female Karyakartas of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj Faridabad, who are always ready to serve the Samaj, Sharika Bhawan ho ya Hari Parvat ho. Sir, we have a magnificent temple, Hari Parvat, here in Faridabad, जो हम कश्मीरी सेवक समाज फरीदाबाद की ओर से और गाँव आनंदपुर में जो लोग रहते हैं, हमारी भागीदारी है उस मंदिर में. They have provided land and we are providing support. We have created a magnificent temple there that is replica of Hari Parvat, Srinagar. So, हम सब आप लोगों का धन्यवाद करते हैं जो हमारे लेडीज फोरम हमेशा अग्रसर होती है सपोर्ट करने में, चाहे शारिका भवन का काम हो या हारी पर्वत का हो. This is our backbone of Kashmiri Samaj. Thank you very much for that. Let me request all of you to please have prasadam in the basement and join us again at 2:15 p.m. in this hall. Thank you very much. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you very much. Thank you all. I am sorry if I have missed someone. Thank you very much.
Now, 2:15 अभी कहाँ है? अभी तो कितना बजे? 2:30 पे. 2:30. Hello. We now proceed for lunch. चूँकि हम टाइम से थोड़ा लेट हैं, तो we will reassemble at 2:30. 2:30 पर हमारा सेकंड सेशन स्टार्ट होगा. थैंक यू. सबसे पहले रेमिनिसेंसेस, पापा जी के साथ जो लोग एसोसिएटेड रहे हैं वे अपने मेमोरी से, अपनी स्मृति से कुछ सुनाएंगे, बताएंगे हमें. देन वी हैव ए डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म ऑन पापा जी विच वॉज डायरेक्टेड बाय वीरेंद्र रावल जी, वो हम उसकी स्क्रीनिंग करेंगे. एंड आफ्टर दैट वी विल हैव ए म्यूजिक प्रोग्राम. म्यूजिक प्रोग्राम की खासियत ये है कि जैसे मैं पहले भी कह रहा था कि पापा जी हमेशा यंगस्टर्स को, जन नेक्स्ट को आगे लाने की कोशिश करते थे, उनको बढ़ावा देने की कोशिश करते थे. तो वैसे तो हमारे फरीदाबाद में बहुत अच्छे अच्छे आर्टिस्ट हैं, यू नो, सुषमा जी हैं, दिलीप लंगू जी हैं, रोहित दास जी हैं, गौतम जी हैं. लेकिन इस बार ये फैसला किया गया कि हम पहले अपने यंगस्टर्स को, जो हमारी नई जनरेशन है, गाश तारुफ के जो हमारे नई प्रतिभाएं हैं, आज हम उनको सुनेंगे. और सरप्राइजिंगली हमारे बीच आज एक बहुत अच्छी आर्टिस्ट जो जम्मू कश्मीर से बिलोंग करती हैं और हमारे बीच में उषा खर तिकू, ये इत्तेफाक से शायद सुषमा जी उनको यहाँ पकड़ के ले आई. सो वो हमारे लिए मेहमान हैं, तो उनसे भी ज़रूर कुछ सुनेंगे. तो बट हमारा म्यूजिक प्रोग्राम जो है उससे पहले हमारी रेमिनिसेंसेस और डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म ऑन पापा जी. सो वी स्टार्ट विद द फर्स्ट सेगमेंट, दैट इज रेमिनिसेंसेस. रेमिनिसेंसेस में हमारे कुछ स्पीकर्स जो पापा जी के साथ प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से किसी भी रूप से जुड़े रहे हैं, वे अपने अनुभव, अपने विचार, अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस हमारे साथ शेयर करेंगे. सबसे पहले मैं बुला रहा हूं श्रीमती सुषा सोपोरी जी को, जो पापा जी के साथ काफ़ी समय तक एसोसिएटेड रही हैं. श्रीमती सुषा सोपोरी.
मंच पर विराजित सभी महानुभावों को मेरा सादर अभिनंदन तथा सभागार में उपस्थित सभी प्रियजनों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम. आज हम एक ऐसे महान व्यक्ति को स्मरण करने के लिए एकत्र हुए हैं जिन्होंने अपने कर्तव्य, प्रेम और समर्पण से न केवल हमारे जीवन को दिशा दी है, बल्कि हमें जीने की सही राह भी दिखाई है. मैं बात कर रही हूं मेरे प्रिय पापा जी की, जिन्होंने अपने समर्पण और त्याग से मेरे जीवन को निखारा और सहेजा है. पापा जी शब्द मेरे लिए एक कीमती और अनमोल शब्द है, जो प्यार, त्याग और जिम्मेदारी का प्रतीक है. यह केवल मेरे लिए एक संबोधन नहीं है, बल्कि एक ऐसी भावना है जो मुझे सुरक्षा, मार्गदर्शन और असीमित स्नेह का एहसास कराती है. पापा जी के द्वारा दिखाए गए प्रेम और देखभाल को बयां करना बेहद कठिन है, क्योंकि पापा जी में वो सब कुछ समाहित है जो मेरे जीवन को संपूर्ण बनाता है. पापा जी का साथ मेरी सबसे बड़ी ताकत थी. जब भी मैंने कोई कठिनाई महसूस की, वह हमेशा मेरे साथ खड़े रहे. उनका विश्वास और समर्थन मेरे लिए जीवन का एक अटूट सुरक्षा कवच था, जिससे मुझे हर मुश्किल का सामना करने की शक्ति मिली. पापा जी का वह मूक समर्थन और स्नेह मुझे आज भी प्रेरित करता है. उन्होंने मेरी हर इच्छा, मेरी हर जिद बिना किसी शिकायत के पूरी की. पापा जी के जैसा कोई और हो ही नहीं सकता, जो मेरे इतने नखरे उठाए और फिर भी मुझे बिना किसी शर्त के प्यार करे। आज जब मैं पीछे मुड़कर देखती हूं तो उनके बिना यह सफर बहुत अधूरा लगता है। उनकी कमी मुझे हर पल महसूस होती है। अब जब मैं भी किसी मुश्किल में होती हूं, उनकी वह सलाह और प्रेम भरे शब्द मुझे याद आते हैं। उनकी उपस्थिति में जो सुकून और सुरक्षा का एहसास होता था, वह अब खालीपन सा लगता है। उनकी कमी सचमुच हर पल महसूस होती है और शायद इस जन्म में महसूस होती रहेगी। पापा जी, मैं आपको तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ। जो कुछ भी मैं आज हूँ, वह आपके बिना संभव नहीं था। आपने मुझे न केवल जीने की कला सिखाई, बल्कि एक अच्छा इंसान बनने का मार्ग भी दिखाया। आपका त्याग, प्रेम और समर्पण मेरे जीवन की नींव है। पापा जी के व्यक्तित्व को शब्दों में बयां करना असंभव है, नामुमकिन है। धन्यवाद पापा जी, मेरे जीवन में अपनी अनमोल भूमिका निभाने के लिए, मेरे जीवन को सही दिशा दिखाने के लिए और मुझे अपनी छांव में सहेजने के लिए। धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद।
शारिका भवन का जो स्वप्न था, जिसे साकार पापा जी ने किया, और इसे साकार करने में हमारे साथी सुरेंद्र कुमार भट्ट का योगदान भी रहा है। मैं सुरेंद्र कुमार भट्ट जी को उनसे अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे आएं और अपने विचार आपके सामने रखें।
नमस्कार महाराज, नमस्कार। ये चलेगा। मे पानिस पानस बासान कि ये ईद नफर बिहित मे सारे खुद ज्यादा काम कर्मस क्लोजली पापा जी सहित। आई एम वेरी मच फॉर्चुनेट कि आई हैव बीन वेरी क्लोज टू हिम फॉर मोर देन अ डिकेड। तो यमुक ये रूप ये, चाहे सो शारिका भवन, चाहे सो हारी पर्व, चाहे सो हमारे हाउसिंग सोसाइटी, मे लॉकड अख प्रेजेंटेशन बनमस। तो आई वांट यू टू जस्ट हैव अ लुक। Namaskar. We are celebrating birth centenary of Papaji, and today is October 13, 2024. It is exactly 100 years. And Papaji, I know this is the topic that I have chosen because I have been very fortunate to have worked with him for such a long time. Padma Shree Jagan Nath Kaul, Urf Jain Kaul or Papaji was one of the supreme and distinguished community stalwarts having leadership qualities of power, excellence. You won't survey. His matchless welfare work post-migration of the Kashmiri Pandit community from the valley turned him a savior for a number of troubled families. तो वो शायद पन्या बच्चों कि 91 पे क्या कोर तम जाय हमेशा यम्स यूसुस नफर तमिस ब्रोट कहीं गाव तमसिन खतर क्या करोन. I had the fortune of working directly with Papaji. I had the fortune of working directly with Papaji for more than a decade on the various community projects undertaken during his presidency at Kashmiri Sewak Samaj, Faridabad. I have some great memories associated with Papaji and would like to share a few of them here. Papaji, we had to go to Papaji and request him to take the charge of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj. Initially he was reluctant in taking an active role at Kashmiri Sewak Samaj, Faridabad. However, on the insistence of some senior members of KSS, he finally agreed to take charge. As well, तुम वारिया रिक्वेस्ट करूँ because we कश्मीरी सेवक समाज में दोनों थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम चल रही थी, तो हमने उनको बोला कि भाई आप संभालो हमारी इस किस्ती को 92 में. तो सोचना बुशस नेबर की नहीं ठीक, I am there to help, but let me not be actively involved. But ये पता है कि लेटे करूँ, then he wholeheartedly was there and started, a golden age started at KSS with Papaji's taking the charge. And simultaneously, some projects were undertaken during his periods. A number of community projects were undertaken and completed during this period in Faridabad. Some of them are construction of Sharika Bhawan. In fact, yemik dreamos se already wuchmut, yabzan thoda sa progress bhi hua tha. We had been given a plot of land by Huda, and we're just completing the papers and the formalities time khatra. The Papaji luckily Chasan Bhagwati Karun, Papaji took the charge and the things followed. In this period was a creation of 200 flats for the community at 3 housing societies. Bebano construction of Mata Mandir at Anangpur, Faridabad. Imche main cheese, Imase Nazrital Chibasan, Esagan, we can tell everybody what Papaji has done in Faridabad. Now regarding the construction of Sharika Bhawan, Achbana ke leadership is the capacity to translate a vision into reality. In fact, Darsab Chetan Beat Magar, Yamsate Sharika Bhavan's plot mule, Munchi final installment dene. Then a construction committee was formed. Ke at plot aspect kitped karo kam. We 5-7 people, Darsab had Tami Karan, Sari gay Pan Ak proposal है पापाजी ने कह रहे उस मीटिंग में डिसाइड करना था कि हम इस प्लॉट पे आगे कैसे काम करेंगे तो दरसबन तो सोनमुत मैं तो थोड़ा सा कागज पर बने हुए थोनमुत सोरो नफर उस बे उनमुत चाय वाय चच पापाजी वनाम ऐसे उस पनिजा यह नजर टू प्लॉट मारा म्यूल we will just fence it, have a boundary wall and have a shivalay बेगोस थोड़ा सा छापर लगो ना इस हवाले अकन करे. This was our vision. बट पापा जी चाय वाय पीने के बाद मम्मी जी दोपहर का टाइम था उसने बोला कि वाम्बूजी म्यून ते रही ना उसने अपने एक आर्किटेक्ट को बुलाया था तो हमारा कोई प्लान उस प्लान में वो दिखा रहा है ये बिल्डिंग जो 3-story बिल्डिंग थी एंड इसका वो एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट बोल रहे हैं ज़्यादा छुन 150 lakhs and soon सारी the estimate also total 5-7 lakhs allow किए because ऐसे प्लान पता we didn't have the money to pay the installment. Papaji started the construction of Bhavan whose completion cost would be to the tune of 150 lakhs with really no money in hand. This was the time when KSS was struggling to accumulate funds to provide its next installment of the land cost payable to Huda. All were thinking about ke land cost dun yene Huda kare take our plot kim ka jana but Papaji and do project note ke 150 lakhs. As वारे नफर चे चाय थे ताते तमसीज का रस्म ऐसा शायद मश पापाजी beyond this reality इमाचुन reality विचार तो ये क्या शुना 150 lakhs पर काम करें तो ये ले ऐसी यम question तमिस कर he smiled and said Papaji simple antidote to all our apprehensions on account of funds are simple answer which have divi क्या करे पन्नी घर खातर simple दोपन ये नचो तोय बनावान नचो पे बनावान पापाजी ये माता पन्नी खातर पान बनावान who are you and me to decide about this let us see what she does let us see what Devi shall do for her own abode. This was his answer all through the karine sob वहाँ करबे का थी बाके पता कि थोड़े को भी खड़ा my role in the construction of Sharika Bhawan. In fact this Sharika Bhawan construction was started. We had a very renowned architect. His name was Mr. Rajendra Kiri, and he was working with SOS. So and he constructed. He had an experience of construction of lot of temples, right in Sri Lanka, right in Nepal. He has connected a lot of temples. He was a renowned architect. Then we chose a construction agency. He was a Sardar, but he left the work midway in the basement itself. There was some dispute. Then Papaji ordered me to take up the construction agency's role. after the initial contractor left the work. With the blessing of Ma Sharika and guidance and help of Papaji, Shree P.N. Dar Sahab, he was here, he is here, our Swargi Shree M.L. Tikku Sahab, इनकी जो हेल्प मिली है, गाइडेंस मिली है 10 साल में, I along with my partner, I had a partner that time, Shri Upender Kavji, he is also sitting here. We both were able to complete the construction of Sharika Bhawan complex satisfactorily and successfully in about 3 years' time, from basement to the top. Atman ji, मैं एक चीज़ तो यहाँ मानूँ कि पापा जी उस लॉकडाउन चीज़न पर खुद ही वुड इन्वॉल्व. मेरे पास कुछ क्लिप्स है, इसमें वो वीडियो क्लिप चलेगी, इसमें कुछ क्लिप्स हैं कि कोई भी काम करना था, चाहे हमें नीचे पत्थर लगाना है, माता प्ले करो, माता की मूर्ति चलानी है, तो पापा जी वॉज ऑलवेज देयर कि खड़ा न पगा क्या करूँ. सो टाइम निकाल के ही वुड कम, ही वुड एनकरेज अस ऑल द टीम एंड वुड कम. He would lead from the front. प्ले नहीं होगा, ये वीडियो है, आप इसमें क्लिक करो, तुम फोटो पे क्लिक करो, वो वीडियो है. चलो लेट अस मूव फॉरवर्ड. ये हमारा सिम क्लिप्स रिगार्डिंग द इंस्टॉलेशन ऑफ शारिका मूर्ति एट द टॉप, बिकॉज ये मूर्ति से ऐसे बनमत जयपुर पेट में हाशा साहब और मैं, हाशा साहब और मेरी टीम बनी थी, हमने जयपुर में उस मूर्ति का वो किया था, और वहाँ से इट्स वेट जो है इट इज़ अबाउट 3000 kgs, दैट मीन्स 3 टन का वेट था. इसको यहाँ से उठा के ऊपर ले जाना था. दैट वाज अ हरक्यूलियन टास्क, जिसके लिए पूरी टीम यहाँ पे खड़ी थी, और उन्होंने पापा जी ने सामने खड़े रहकर काम करवाया एनकरेजमेंट के लिए. अगर तो ये मैं क्लिपिंग पर दे दे, पापा जो उस ब्रोड के खड़ा वो काम करा. दिस इज फ्रॉम ए पर्सनल लाइब्रेरी. मैं उस पानस कैमरा वो क्लिक करके किया ये हमने, ऑल्दो दे आर इन पोर क्वालिटी बट आई मैनेज टू गेट इन डिजिटल फॉर्म. तम साथ ऐसे वारिया वनान मीटिंग में कि 150 लाख का जो ये प्रोजेक्ट है, हमारे पास अगर 10 लाख भी नहीं है कैसे बनेगा. तो बट जो एक लीडर का विजन होता है उसका ये होता है, द 3-story complex with many additional features, hostel block, etc. is standing tall as a testament to Papaji's great vision and confidence in abilities of his own community. मैं बोलते हैं sincerely तुम खबर मारा बहका करिए थे सैको करिए तुम we are standing behind you, you can do it, and that is how it is done. तो आगे I have some photographs which Papaji, which we had memories of Papaji. This is, especially this photograph, here you can see कि whole team is listening, comrades are listening to their leader, and ऐसे ही हमारा हर दिन होता था यहाँ पे. All the days, all the 35-40 members would come and listen to Papaji, and हर का word submissions as an advice, as an order. This is जो वीरेंद्र रावल जी ये मसीह ऑर्गेनाइज कोरमता प्रेस मीट, उसमें पापा जी एड्रेस कर रहे हैं. नाउ द शारिका भवन इज कंप्लीट. नाउ वी आर कमिंग टू द हाउसिंग सोसाइटीज क्विकली बिकॉज वी हैव लेस टाइम. Papaji was well aware that majority of its community members those days were putting up at Faridabad in rented accommodations after having been forced into exile from the Kashmir Valley by Islamic terrorists. He keenly worked for the formation of 3 housing societies to be able to apply to Huda for the plots of land. तेमिसलाइज कहता है पता है कि हमारा हुडा जो इट इज कमिंग आउट ऑफ विथ स्कीम ग्रुप हाउसिंग स्कीम 95 में है. वी हैड अ मीटिंग इन आवर एक्स वाइस प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर BK Ban. A meeting was organized there. Around 100 people assembled and सारी वो flat गए GS 95 schemers. But so scheme गई बात cancel. पापा जन दो don't give them refund. You keep the money, keep the society intact, because today or tomorrow the government will come with a scheme. ये तंचु ये point कि अगर बेका नफा राय से सुबह अपनी सिरदर्दी खत्म करो, pay them money back and relieve yourself. But he advised all of us कि you keep the society intact. Today or tomorrow the situation will come when government will come with a scheme. So luckily 98 में दोबारा government आई June 98 में with group housing scheme 98. This is already there, so we were ready and we applied. 3 societies, Lalishwari Vatika represented by late Shree Jagan Kaul and myself. I was the secretary of that society. Sabzar Cooperative Group Housing Society by Dr. Surinder Rawal and Dr. Pankaj Dar. Gayatri Cooperative Society, Dr. Adib Bakati and Dr. Sanjay Tuku. अगर का local occasion हो सकता या board occasion हो सकता, Papa ji would always try to be present there. These are the photographs. These are the some photographs of Bhumi Pujan at Lalishwari Vatika. ललिश्वरी वाटिका में जब भूमि पूजा थी तो पापा जी वाज प्रेजेंट देयर, मम्मी जी भूमि पूजा में बैठी थी, मम्मी जी हमारी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट थी, एंड ही वुड एनकरेज एंड गेट मोर मेंबर्स. Then there was the draw of lots for flats at 25th May 2003. Papa ji himself was present there. My ex-president Shree Jagan Kaul Sahab, Jagan Kaul Sahab welcomed him. Papa ji was there at the puja of the society. Then he welcomed the registrar cooperative societies at Lalishwari Vatika. Welcomed registrar cooperative society at Lalishwari Vatika. Then there we had developed a system for draw lots and flat numbers. Papaji explained each and every activity to the members so that they are satisfied about the transparency of the draw, and personally handed over allotment of flats to various members. Dar Sahab is also there. He is also receiving one allotment letter of his flat. "90 KB families in Lalishwari Vatika, 50 KP families, each in Sabzar and Gayatri Housing Society, are gracefully living in these 3 dwellings for the last 20 years. But the point here is, I can say, because I was very actively involved, I was the secretary of one of the society, and in fact, I was in charge of all the 3 societies. I would very honestly say that it would not have been possible if Papaji would not have been at the helm of affairs. Asma asa Wintimasan ke society timanashe ban nahi. As broadkanch हमारे ड्रॉ में ना we have some neighbors, एक सोसाइटी ऐसी है जिसको मेरे साथ ही लैंड मिला, बट उनका अभी तक कंप्लीशन नहीं हुआ, बिकॉज ऐसे केसों में कई दफा डिस्प्यूट में पड़ जाते हैं. बट इट वाज द टॉवरिंग पर्सनालिटी ऑफ पापा जी, उसने सबको साथ लेके और एक ऐसा बना दिया कि ये हमारे 90 फ्लैट्स ललिश्वरी के हैं, 50 फ्लैट्स सब्जार के हैं, 50 फ्लैट्स आपके गायत्री के हैं. It can be safely said that it would not have been possible to achieve timely, successful completion of the above-mentioned community projects without Papaji's leadership. This is another living demonstration of great leadership of Papaji. Other community welfare programs started at KSS by Papaji. इस विंकेस एक्टिविटी शी करन यूं ब्योल जो सोरी पापा जी ने दिया हुआ है, डाला हुआ है. matlab godluk cheez us tuman that was dear to him was providing assistance to the needy families of Kashmiri Baradari. So us wanan tat ke dachne ath agar dimag khowris athas gasn lagan pata ke. So it should be all confidence में ताथोस वना अथरोड मोड अगर कंसी केन जरूरत है से एमएस गैसेस चुपचाप वातनाउन बेस नफरस गैसन लगे पता आजकल चेस मेन एक्टिविटी कश्मीरी सेवक समाज में we have the activity of merit cum means scholarship. This is also started by Papa ji. He started merit cum means scholarship for the kids at Jammu. सबसे बड़ी बात है he provided vocational training to community students at SOS. What he did is, those days there were a lot of our brethren who were at camps at Jammu, Nagrota and all that places, and उनको serviceable बनाने के लिए what he did is कि उनके वहाँ पे जो उस age के बच्चे थे, he got them here, he provided them computer training. उन दोनों computer training कितनी आम नहीं थी. हमारे राहुल साहब थे, हमारे तैमेरी साहब थे. They started a program for their being यच आजवाना स्किल डेवलपमेंट ट्रेनिंग जो अभी गवर्नमेंट ने किया है. ये पापा जी ने 15 साल पहले शुरू किया था. स्किल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ कश्मीरी चिल्ड्रन हु वर एजुकेटेड बट वर नॉट एम्प्लॉयबल. He got those here, he gave them training, then he managed to get them the job. And not only this, simultaneously उनकी confidence बढ़ा दी, उनको hostel में facility दी. Hostel facility at Sharika Bhawan and even other places. Jagan Nath Enclave हमारे 29th sector में था, नोएडा में थे, 2-3 फ्लैट लिए थे, जहाँ where we would go every Sunday to see whether they are in good condition or not. हमारे मेरे पर्सनल लाइब्रेरी के ये कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स हैं जो पापा जी के डिफरेंट मूड दिखाते हैं. Sometimes he would have a stern look, somebody he will be make us all laugh. You see, here he is laughing and making us all laugh. And now it is one more special program we enjoyed with Papa ji. He invited the Kashmiri KSS executive to Bhimtal. Varya kal wo Tiriswanan Bhimtal, but finally we managed to go. Papa ji's desire and invitation was families of Shri Piyandar, Shri Amal Tiku, Shri Kashi Akhun, Shri Ashok Kaul, Shri Vijay Kaul, Shri Vinodhar and Puran Patwari and my family visited Bhimtal on a vacation for a couple of days. Papa ji and Mummy ji shune misna. Papa ji was mana mishuna Mummy. She Mimi ji, M-I-M-M-Y. Mimi ji had made elaborate arrangements for our stay there at SOS Complex Bhimtal. We went for sightseeing to various places at Bhimtal and Nainital and also had the opportunity of paying a visit to sacred ashram of Neem Karori Baba Kanchi Mandir. The everlasting memories still remain of Papa ji playing with our young kids in the gardens, taking photographs and singing along songs, etc. A trip to remember. याद मंच जितने चीज कि पापा जी उस बासान जानने से तिम संचुर लोको डॉलर पापा जी खुद उनके साथ लगे हुए थे, फोटोग्राफ्स ले रहे हैं, वो कर रहे हैं, उनको उनके साथ खेल रहे हैं. Were there for a couple of days. So these activities make a person a great man, a strong leader, a great man. एक मिनट, इसके बाद जो है ना उसमें एक वीडियो क्लिप है, इसमें मैं एक स्पेशल क्लिप है, मैं I want to show it to you. We went for sightseeing. हमारे लिए ये क्लिप प्ले करो. तो which you see क्लिप से, this is priceless in the sense कि पापा जी हमारे लिए एक गाड़ी अरेंज की गई थी जिसमें हम 5-10 लोग थे, फैमिलीज थे, बच्चे थे सारे. पापा जी was following in his Contessa car with a driver, but soon he stopped the bus. He said, "No, I will be traveling with you." And he sat on that bumpy road. He sat on this bumpy road, hilly road, on this bus with us. So तुझे पता है ये क्लिप मारा चे मैं पर्सनल तिमनोनो सिवानाक H18 वीडियो रिकॉर्डर उसमें था. It was very hard to transform it into a digital clip, but this is, I think this is a priceless clip where a great man who was had a luxury of us having traveling in a car. He dropped that car, came into the bus, played with our children, sang the songs, and it was seen that we were his own people. This makes a person great. That is why we are celebrating this day. पापा जी सोचते भीमतालस में रेजिडेंस उनका घर था, ये वहाँ पे मैंने फोटो लिए थे उनके. पापा जी ने खुद अपनी फोटोग्राफ ली है और वो कैमरा लेके हमारे को से खींच रहे थे, वो ही वाज टेकिंग फोटोग्राफ्स. अब मैं आपको बोलूँगा बिकॉज लास्ट में ये टीचिंग साइड एडवाइसेस, आई हैड द प्रिविलेज ऑफ गोइंग टू हिज हाउस ऑफ एंड ऑन व्हेन आई वुड रिक्वायर, बट आई वाज नॉट required to wait in the lounge or drawing room also. My entry was straight to his bedroom. I would sit with on his bed along with him, and he would always try to teach few things. Papaji's main advice is also bar us wanan Rahul sab se asar mohammed ke trust in God. Hamish, he had unflinching faith in God, which he referred to as nature. So mana ichu Bhagwan kunjai bhet, ichu Mahadev ya ichu ye, so mana nature. Nature usually kurmuche right from regd pat usually vonmuche, it is nature. So nature chuna amis karavais theek, ye kare aise wapas theek. Nature se karavais folly, ye kare aise wapas folly. So he is just and balanced. So try have a faith in God. Doim cheez also bananso Abraham Lincoln, whatever you are, be a good one. Papa ji, imte teams nafares, so swanan, excel in one's profession. He wanted all of us to be proficient in our own trades and would say, whether you are a teacher, doctor, engineer or any other profession, you should be the best of all. So even agar sis is butter, so it gets asun top classes, so gets asun normally sis can, so gets top classes asun. Deus manan Bhagavad Gita Bhagavarshan become alternative. Read Bhagavad Gita always and help the needy. Being a person from social welfare background, so Zuban Hamish Gasly, Kasi Gasly, after doing it for talent, it was guys Koruni. In my opinion, Papaji was the epitome of all those qualities who great people have said and written about leadership. I see him the Bavariat MCID meeting must keep it. The greatest leaders mobilize others. A genuine leader is not searcher for consensus, but a molder of consensus. Which is different opinion had Kasan so spot final kuni consensus mana. Tamsun decisions prevail karan. One last aspect before I end. The court the final test of a leader. You should sign a team wingers, he is a khadrak challenge. I'm sorry, I'm barabar. Magar akh pending. The final test of a leader that he leaves behind him in other men the conviction and the will to carry on. हमारे दर साहब है विनोदर जी है, ये उसके लिए लेसन है, काचुर साहब के लिए लेसन है, हम सब के लिए लेसन है कि the final test of a leader is that he leaves behind him in other men the conviction and the will to carry on. The onus lies on us to carry on the work with the ideals and principles set by our beloved leader. Conclusions में on the occasion of celebration of Papaji's birth centenary, my Kashmiri Sewak Samaj, I bow my hat to the Almighty for having given me an opportunity to know and work closely with the great men of our community and personally enriching me due to his advice and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. हमारे बीच श्री आर के भट्ट विद्यमान हैं. आर के भट्ट जी. आर के भट्ट जी से अनुरोध कि वे अपने संस्मरण, अपनी रेमिनिसेंसेस हमारे सामने रखें.
मान तरफ हमारा सारनी ताई गुलजगंड नमस्कार. आज सवेरे से सभी ने अपनी अपनी बात रखी, खासकर पापा जी के साथ जिन लोगों ने काम किया, तो मुझे भी ये सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ कि कुछ टाइम के लिए मैंने भी पापा जी के साथ नेक टू नेक काम किया। पापा जी जिस समय पे कम्युनिटी के लिए आगे आए और कम्युनिटी के सपोर्ट में खड़े रहे, वो समय सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी था कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के लिए। लेकिन अगर हम 30 साल के बाद भी सेम डायमेंशंस को देखें और उसी पे बार बार बात करें, मुझे लग रहा कहीं ना कहीं हमें भी आगे उससे हटके सोचना पड़ेगा। खासकर मेरा जैसा इंसान जब कश्मीर से खदेड़े गए, निकाले गए, बाहर फेंके गए, और हम लोगों ने जम्मू में रहे, हम कैंप्स में रहे, नॉन कैंप्स में रहे, रेंटेड एकोमोडेशंस में रहे, और उन परिस्थितियों में अगर मुझे दिखा कि कोई भी वाकई सामने आके हमारा हाथ बटाने लगे, तो वो केवल और केवल पापा जी थे। जैसे सुरेंद्र जी अभी पापा जी के बारे में बता रहे थे, तो मैं भी उन्हीं चीजों से आगे बात करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि समय ऐसा था कि हम तो जम्मू से बाहर ही नहीं निकल पाते थे, एक्सपोजर हमारे पास नहीं था। मुझे याद है जब एक बार पहली दफा मैं उनसे AIKS के ऑफिस में मिला, तो मैंने अच्छी खासी दाढ़ी बढ़ा के रखी थी, मैं वेरीना का रहने वाला हूं, और पापा जी ने मेरे को बोला, मुझे याद है ट्यूसडे का दिन था, दोपन से क्या चुकी है कपरनु गुजरा हूं मैं ब्रोह कन आमुत यूत रेट छुस जेठोमुत अस न तगन जवाब कत कर वापस मे दोस महारा करो ठीक करो दोपन ना यह गो ठीक कर नत मे मिलन। अस द्राय सरोजनी नगर नेबर, अम दो बमवार, तो बारबर की कोई शॉप खुली नहीं थी, लेकिन बाहर एक चौपाटी लगा के बैठा था। मैंने कहा फटाफट हमारा जरा फेस चमकाओ। मैं जब गया बाहर, वो खड़े हुए, गले लगाया, माथे पे चूमे, कहता ये असल शक्ल पन्निस रेशस तल छुपमच। पापा जी बहुत विजनरी थे, मुझे बहुत फील सवेरे से, आपको पता मैं श्रीनगर में था, परसों रात को पहुंचा, काशी जी के संपर्क में था, मेरे बड़े भाई समान है, पर मैंने कहा मैं नहीं चाहता हूं कि मैं कम से कम ये ओकेजन मिस करूं। मैं बहुत बार फरीदाबाद आ चुका हूं, जहां आप बैठे हैं, इसकी ईंटें हमने यहां से उठाई और यहां पे लगाई। जिस हारी पर्वत पे आप जा रहे थे, मुझे वो समय याद था कि वहां पे 3-4 लोगों से ज्यादा बैठने की जगह नहीं हुआ करती थी, और हम लोग पापा जी के साथ खड़े रहते थे, वहां सामान पहुंचाते थे। अभी भी अगर आप काफी सारी पिक्चर्स बाहर लगी है डिस्प्ले में देखेंगे, तो हम छोटे छोटे उनके आगे पीछे जाके वो हरी पर्वत बनाने में अपना योगदान कर रहे थे। मैं जब यहां सवेरे से बैठा हूं, मुझे बहुत अपनी जगह फील हुआ। यहां अंदर आने की जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए थी, आज ये बड़ा बड़ा होना चाहिए था। आज अगर फरीदाबाद की पहचान है, मैं समझता हूं वो पापा जी की देन है। अगर आज कश्मीरी पंडितों की पहचान है, उसमें पापा जी का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल रहा, और यहां कुर्सियां पीछे खाली पड़ी थी। मुझे बड़ा दुख हुआ, कितने हमारे कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं, इवन बियॉन्ड आवर कम्युनिटी, जिनको पापा जी ने मदद किया। केवल पापा जी नहीं, पापा जी की एक स्ट्रांग टीम हुआ करती थी। पापा जी का नाम लेने से पहले अगर मैं डॉक्टर रावल का नाम नहीं लूं, शायद कहीं ना कहीं मैं कोताही बरत रहा हूं। धर साहब थे, हाशिया साहब थे। मुझे याद है हम यहां हॉस्टल में, जादूनाथ एनक्लेव के हॉस्टल में जब थे, मैं भी एक वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग करके कंप्यूटर सीख के निकला हूं। पापा जी के उस वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग कोर्स से, और वहां साथ में हमारे साथ विजय कौल साहब रहते थे, वो भी हमारे साथ नहीं है, आज इस दुनिया में नहीं है। मैं शिवन दूदा जी, वाचू साहब, ML कौल साहब, और इन परिवारों का नाम न लो। सुरेंद्र कौल साहब जो घर पे हमें संडे को बुलाते थे, कहते थे यम आमत जम पे कशीर पे, यम पापा जन हॉस्टलस मज थम्युक यमन योत घर, आज करन यम अस लंच। विजय कौल साहब, उनकी मैडम, मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा उनका नाम, वो यकीन करिए वो वो प्रेशर कुकर लाते थे, कहते आज छोटा दाल बनावन ये सैन मन तिम दिवान शाम क्योंकि तिम तथि नजदीक रोजान तथ दिवान तम साथ तिम सह कर पे दपान ना खेमो तथ बत कहीं पता मेरे जैसे इंसान को, हम तो राबी नहीं थे, बस उस पज पर कपरनों का and I feel proud I belongs to that Kapran Virinag area. कश्मीरी पंडित एक आर के बट नहीं, हजारों की तादाद में हम फरीदाबाद वालों के लिए बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं। मैं अक्सर कश्मीर से लेके दिल्ली तक जहां मुझे मौका मिलता है मैं कहता हूं वाकई में अगर कश्मीरी पंडित डिस्प्लेसड उस यंगर जनरेशन की कभी किसी ने मदद की, उसमें सबसे पहले फरीदाबाद के लोग आते हैं। और हम भी थोड़ा बहुत सीख के गए, कंप्यूटर का फतूर था। यकीन करिए मैं जब जॉब के लिए निकला फिर दिल्ली में कंप्यूटर वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग पूरा करके, तामीरी साहब जो हमारे प्रिंसिपल थे, श्रीमान टी.एन. भट्ट साहब जो डायरेक्टर एसो चिल्ड्रंस विलेज ऑफ इंडिया थे, एच.एल. वांगनू साहब जब मिलते थे कहते थे डोंट मेक योर सेल्फ मिजरेबल, मेक इट अ पर्पसफुल। और ऐसे लोगों ने हमें बाहर दिखाया जो दिल्ली हमें पता ही नहीं था, हम ट्रेन में भी नहीं बैठे थे कभी, कार की तो बात ही नहीं थी, हम ट्रेन में भी नहीं बैठे थे और हम फरीदाबाद आके पहुंचे। कोई कमी फरीदाबाद वाले लोगों ने नहीं छोड़ी, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उस लेगेसी को आगे लेने में कोताही बरत गई। उसके बाद अक्सर मुझे इन डिबेटों का जवाब देना पड़ता है, ये याक्स क्या है, ये यूथ ऑल इंडिया कश्मीरी समाज क्या है, कौन है ये। अभी याक्स के काफी सारे लोग यहां भी होंगे, जो नहीं है उनको भी ये बात समझने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। यूथ ऑल इंडिया कश्मीरी समाज पापा जी ने क्रिएट किया। मुझे चैलेंज दिया गया कि ये AIKS रजिस्टर्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इलाहाबाद में रजिस्टर्ड है, एक्सपायरी हो गई है, क्या आप याक्स एक इंडिपेंडेंट ग्रुप बनाएंगे, उसकी रजिस्ट्रेशन कराएंगे ताकि D90 सरोजनी नगर की जो एकोमोडेशन है, ऑफिस है, उसको हम रेगुलराइज करें। मैंने कहा हम ये एक्सेप्ट करते पापा जी आपका चैलेंज। 6 महीने के अंदर अंदर यूथ ऑल इंडिया कश्मीरी समाज ने अपना बैनर रजिस्टर्ड किया दिल्ली रजिस्टर ऑफ सोसाइटी से जो बस स्टैंड के पास था, और आज तक मुझे कोई मानने को तैयार नहीं है AIKS और याक्स क्या है, AIKS और याक्स क्या है, AIKS और याक्स क्या है। और वही वजह थी हमारे पूजनीय MK काल साहब जब टेक ओवर किए AIKS का, उन्होंने कभी हमारा दामन नहीं छोड़ा, ना हमने उनका दामन छोड़ा। वो जम्मू आते थे हमारे साथ धरना पे नीचे बैठते थे, कहते थे मैं आपके साथ बैठूं, शिवन दूधा जी को लेके, वाचो साहब को लेके, कितने के मैं नाम ले लूं, सब ने किया। और AIKS में बैठ के ये बैठक में फैसला हुआ कि याक्स के 2 एडवाइजर पापा जी ने घोषित किए, एक जो मेरे एक और मेंटर और गाइड रहे हैं पंडित गौतम कौल साहब, और दूसरे श्रीमान T.N. भट्ट साहब जो डायरेक्टर भी एजुकेशन के रहे हैं। मैंने कहा सर आपने कहा आप इनसे बगैर कुछ नहीं करोगे, मैंने कहा ये हम ऐसा ही करेंगे। और अभी जो थोड़े दिन पहले हमारे बीच में कौल साहब भी नहीं रहे, गौतम कौल साहब भी नहीं रहे, वो गवाह है इस बात के मैंने जिंदगी में ऐसा कोई कार्य कम्युनिटी के लिए नहीं किया जिसको कौल साहब ने अप्रूव नहीं किया, जिसको T.N. भट्ट साहब ने अप्रूव नहीं किया। मैंने कहा आपने कहा और इतनी बड़ी दौलत आपने हमें दी कि हम इनकी निगरानी में काम करें, भला इससे ज्यादा हमें क्या और चाहिए। और चलते बनते आज तक भी हमने उस चीज को आगे ले लिया। विजय कौल साहब एक बार कश्मीर जम्मू आ गए तो हमने वहां पर एक छोटा सा हेल्थ केयर सेंटर के नाम से व्यतस्ता हेल्थ केयर सेंटर खोला था मुट्ठी के आसपास। अब मैं गया, मुझे पता लगा कौल साहब तो अक्सर आते थे, और कौल साहब का कहना क्या था, ये टेबल किसने लाया, मैंने कहा सब हमने लाया, ये टेबल अच्छा है, ये बहुत सुंदर है, और ये टेबल उठाओ यहां से, इसकी सुंदरता, क्योंकि वो साफ रहते थे, क्लीन पर्सनैलिटी, अच्छे ड्रेसअप में। तो विजय कौल साहब आए, विजय कौल साहब ने जब दूर से वितस्ता को देखा और वितस्ता में देखा उन्होंने कुछ पेशेंट आ रहे हैं, कुछ जा रहे हैं, कोई एम्प्लॉयमेंट कर रहा है, कोई कुछ कह रहा। पता अख चीज मे दोपस वनो दोपन वारिया लट आये वारिया पापा जी नश दोपस कमन छुक सपोर्ट करान यमन क्या सपोर्ट कर तुम पता यमन नरेटिव गलत कशीर नरेटिव अलग आर के पे दोमे नरेटिव सान सोचान दोपस अख वक्त वात तुम वनो यमो कोर क्या नत क्या। और आज मुझे फख्र से कहना पड़ता है, आज पापा जी की देन हुई जम्मू के अंदर एक इतना बड़ा हॉस्पिटल हम बनाने में कामयाब हुए। वहां केवल वितस्ता हॉस्पिटल में 150 का स्टाफ काम नहीं कर रहा, एक दिन में कम से कम 450-500 लोगों का ट्रीटमेंट होता है। और अभी रिसेंटली ऐसी सर्जरीज हमने उस हॉस्पिटल में की जो शायद जम्मू कश्मीर किसी हॉस्पिटल में नहीं होती है। ये दिस क्रेडिट गोज टू पापा जी। और कश्मीर में पापा जी का स्लोगन होता था, हालांकि मैं पापा जी से एक बात के लिए खुश नहीं रहा कि हम शायद कहीं ना कहीं सेकंड उस कैलिबर की लीडरशिप क्रिएट करने में शायद कहीं ना कहीं पीछे रहे। हम कर सकते थे। पापा जी अगर चाहते, मुझे याद है एक मीटिंग थी यहां पे, डीजी सीआईएसएफ के गौतम कौल साहब थे, दिल्ली में मीटिंग थी, मीटिंग चल रही थी, पापा जी को प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया का फोन आया क्योंकि उन दिनों गुजरात में सुनामी का कोई पापा जी ने वहां पे एक विलेज वहां भी क्रिएट करना था, अडॉप्ट करना था, उनको वहां जाना था, मुझे याद है। डॉक्टर रावल आ गए, डॉक्टर रावल ने कहा सर फोन है प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, अब्दुल कलाम साहब बात करना चाहते हैं। आपको पता पापा जी के क्या जवाब थे? कहते बोलो मैं बिजी हूं, अभी अपनी कम्युनिटी के साथ मीटिंग चल रही है, बाद में बात करेंगे। ये पापा जी का एक पॉजिटिव स्वाभिमान था। कहता अभी मेरे पास समय नहीं है, बोलना बाद में बात करेंगे। वो कहते थे उनसे कि हम एक साथ जाएंगे गुजरात तो एक साथ निपटेंगे, आपने वहां पता लगा ऐसा करना है। तो मुझे ये कहना कि कम्युनिटी वैसे ही कहीं रोजान मे गो बड़ दुख ये वरास मे दो मे मिलने जाई मे गो चीर यूनस मे ट्रेन मज यून पे वातुन पे रातस बिहुन पे योर यून आल दो मे आव रात वन तो ये बिहेव करो सॉरी। मैं दोपस ये हमारा फरीदाबाद है, हमने अपने हाथों से इसको बनाया, सगे पत बदल कर अपने ही हाथों से तराशे हुए सनम आज बुत खाने में खुद खुदा बन बैठे। मैं कुछ नहीं ज्यादा कहूंगा, लेकिन एक बात जरूर जाते जाते आपसे कहूंगा, पापा जी जहां भी है वो सही जगह होंगे और हम सब लोगों ने उसी सच्चाई में एक न एक दिन जाना है। आज मुझे वो चेहरे यहां नहीं दिख रहे थे जो वाकई में जिनके साथ कुछ तो दुनिया से चले भी गए, कुछ दूर भी गए, कुछ बच्चों के पास चले गए। ऐस गए यरविन नाव आख दिल्ली ब्याख कशीर ब्याख बैमने ब्याख अमेरिका। मगर अगर असली हमारी कोई जगह है, हमारी तकदीर अगर है, वो केवल और केवल कश्मीर है, उसको मत बोलिए। पापा जी का स्लोगन था सर्वाइवल फर्स्ट। हम उनको कहते थे अब आगे आपकी दुनिया सुनेगा। प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास जाएंगे वो खड़े हो जाएंगे, प्रधानमंत्री को टाइम लेंगे खड़े हो जाएंगे, हमारी कोई सुनते नहीं है। लेकिन उन्होंने कभी ये पॉलिटिक्स सेमी पॉलिटिक्स में आने की कोशिश नहीं की। शायद तभी उनकी प्रोग्रेस इतनी निकली कि उन्होंने सर्वाइवल पे बहुत लोगों को आगे बढ़ने का मुकाम दिया और उसमें मदद की। और उसी वजह से याक्स भी इसका विक्टिम बना। लोगों ने कहा अपने कश्मीर बच्चों को भेजा, वहां जॉब है, वहां मारेंगे, वो करेंगे, ये करेंगे। आज हर एरिया में हम लोग वहां पे भी धीरे धीरे खिलने लगे हैं, चाहे मंदिर की सूरत में, चाहे एम्प्लॉयमेंट के नाते से, चाहे टूरिज्म के नाते से। हमारा अल्टीमेटली जो श्रद्धांजलि पापा जी को जाएगी, मैं ये समझता हूं पापा जी आप जहां भी हो, आप मेरी बात जरूर सुनेंगे। इस हाल से हमने जो कमिटमेंट 25 साल पहले आपके साथ की थी, माता शारिका इस बात के लिए गवाह है कि वही कमिटमेंट पे आज भी खड़े हम हैं। उसमें हमने कोई कोताही नहीं की और न मरते समय तक करेंगे। गांधरबल में जब एसओएस बना, मुझे पता किन परिस्थितियों में आपको लैंड दिया गया वहां एसओएस को क्रिएट करने के लिए। वो अलग बात है जब पापा जी हमारे दुनिया से हमसे दूर चले गए, रोना मुझे उस दिन आया कि एसओएस चिल्ड्रंस ऑफ विलेज इंडिया जम्मू में उनके लिए कंडोलेंस ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं किया गया था। मैं प्रिंसिपल के पास गया था, दैट वाज अ मुस्लिम गाय, ही वाज प्रिंसिपल ऑफ एसओएस। आई रिक्वेस्टेड हिम, if you cannot arrange a 10th or any prayer meeting for this icon of the community, can you allow me? I will do it, you join us. पत्कर ऐसे मुट्ठी अकिस कैंपस में ऑर्गेनाइज तक कोरस पापा यून अस दोपस करो अमिस थोड़ा बहुत ये श्रद्धांजलि। देखिए जो इंसान करके जाता, पापा जी जो करके गया ना, वही दौलत उनके साथ जाएगी। लेकिन हमारा ये गुफ्तगू उनके बारे में करना, ये उनको एक जरूर बोनस जाएगा। असलियत वही साथ लेनी है जो हम करके जाएंगे। पापा जी, गौतम कोल साहब, हिरालाल वांगनू साहब, के वाचू साहब, जितने भी साहब लोग उनके साथ मैंने काम किया, हम वचनबद्ध हैं। हम कभी इस कम्युनिटी को गलत रास्ते से न चलने देंगे, न उस पर चलने की कोशिश करेंगे और ईमानदारी से इस बात को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। जो पापा जी का टोटल में मैंने निचोड़ किया, पापा जी किस किस्म के इंसान थे, मुझे यह लग रहा है पापा जी ऑलवेज वोनमुत कहन कर वन कह, हे मोदी जी तारे अपोर बनाए रिटर्न, हे राहुल गांधी निना से कशीर वापस। अक्सर हम यही कहते हैं, अरे हम माता के दरबार में जाएंगे, शारिका माता के चरणों में जाएंगे, कहेंगे माता आप कब हमें वापस लोगे, सियासतदान हमारा कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकते। पापा जी अक्सर कहते थे खुद करो, खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना। पापा जी का यही स्लोगन था, आप वेट मत करो, वो करे ये करे, वो करे ये करे। आप ये अपने आप में निश्चय करिए कि जो कुछ करना है वो मुझे करना है, वो मेरी कम्युनिटी को खुद करना है। उसके लिए कुछ मदद करे नहीं करे, हम ये जरूर कर सकते हैं। आपके पास तो बनाने में 1 लाख रुपए था, अब जब आपने इतना बड़ा इमारत खड़ा किया और जब हमने वितस्ता हॉस्पिटल की नींव डाली, 6,636 रुपए हमारे पॉकेट में थे और हमने 50 CR को क्रॉस किया ट्रांजैक्शन करते करते। क्यों? क्योंकि हमने कहा हम करेंगे और हमने किया। अंत में मैं आप सभी लोगों को, खासकर फरीदाबाद वालों को, आपके प्रेसिडेंट साहब को, जनरल सेक्रेटरी साहब को और मेरे दोस्त बड़े भाई काशी अकून जी को, या कि आप लोगों ने एक बहुत अच्छा शानदार प्रोग्राम जो आज ऑर्गेनाइज किया, जो हमें शायद करना चाहिए था, और इस कार्यक्रम में हमें भी मौका मिला। हम आपके ऋणी रहेंगे इस कार्यक्रम के लिए। आप ये बात जरूर समझने की कोशिश करिएगा कि ये प्रोग्राम जो हुआ, आज हूं मैं जो कुछ भी, वो आपकी इनायत है। और आप सभी का पुनः धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
हमारे बीच रमेश मनवटी जी हैं, आपसे अनुरोध कि 2 शब्द पापा जी के बारे में कहें। आइए आइए।
नमस्कार। आदरणीय सभापति साहब, आदरणीय मामले साहब तथा बाकी सारी जीठ लकट बड़ सारने नमस्कार। अजुक दो ये हतम वोद दो सठे न्यान खत पर्सनली अख नॉस्टैल्जिया एज वेल एज प्राइड, डे ऑफ प्राइड एज वेल एज नॉस्टैल्जिया। पर्सनली गई मैं स्वर्गीय पापा जी सहित कॉन्टैक्ट एसोसिएशन, इट वाज somewhere 1995. तम साथ उस पापा जी, he was the president of All India Kashmiri Samaj. समाजन उस कार्यक्रम कर्मुत दिल्ली कमानी ऑडिटोरियमस मज, यत नाव उस रेशवर। अत रेशवर मज उस होमुत रेश वार हुंद कल्चर क्या उस तम साथ once upon a time, बट चूंकि अस सिनमुत कड़ित आय कड़न तत तो अम सत गई समाजस मज खलबली। इट क्रिएट अ लॉट ऑफ फरोर इन द समाज बिकॉज इट वाज शोइंग द कल्चरल सो पार्ट ऑफ कशीर एग्जिस्ट गसान क्या 89-90 मज कड़ित। So composite culture isn't that much how when our wounds were very raw, we were deeply in trouble, in deep trouble. We had faced genocide. Naturally, the community was getting zabardast reaction. I, as an activist, I did not know personally Papaji, but he was बोलते कि Papaji जो SOS Village of India के वो अध्यक्ष थे उस टाइम, तो उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा काम किया और समाज में ऑल इंडिया कश्मीरी समाज में प्रेसिडेंट भी थे, तो इस नाते मैं उनको जानता था. तो now Manasmas, I will send a note of my anger to Papaji. I wrote a letter to Papaji on his official address. मुझे याद महसूस समाज किस दफ्तर उसकी महसूस SOS children of villages तक किस I was expecting कि महसूस one letter is also expressing my anguish, not agreeing with the concept of rishwa that was highlighted in Kamani auditorium. तो I thought कि ठीक है मैंने अपने जो मेरा अंदर रोष था वो मैंने एक्सप्रेस कर दिया. So naturally it was how reached there, but it was how definitely angered Papaji. But to my surprise, after some days, I received response to my letter with clear words that I have taken note of your expression. I am leaving on a foreign tour for some days. Immediately after I return back, we'll sit down and we'll talk out whatever is your opinion. That letter I am keeping with me as a souvenir as of now also. That was my first experience to know the man. It was a man with a difference. Unlike in our Samaj, I have been active in the Samaj for last 35 years. I have seen virtually being active, meeting people, seeing how closely we work, कौन कैसे काम करता है. But here was a man who I thought personally he is a different man, who treats you with, respects your dissent, and respects your dissent with much respect for the others also. I was of no consequence. I had in my mind, but he was already having a name and fame on his side. But when I received his letter, my perception of the man, it slightly got changed. He is a man who is a different man, who respects your dissent. That differentiated him from the others. Unlike with others, agar is chief lekha, usually since man mutabiq we feel angry with the person, we may keep him at distance. We would not like to get close to him. Now similarly, I on number of occasions as an activist, I had an opportunity to meet Papaji, to discuss with him, to talk to him. I always found him receptive to ideas with the difference, ideas with maybe with slightly a differing viewpoint. I will talk specifically about Panun Kashmir. He did not agree with the idea of Panun Kashmir. He always differed with the idea of Panun Kashmir. But at the same time, whenever we called him to the meetings of Panun Kashmir, to the seminars, he would invariably come, he would invariably present his viewpoint and differ with us. But at the same time, he would not seek, I will remain absent. That was the man. Unlike agar nafar agree karan, he would prefer to be away. He would not like to join. But he made it a point to join along with his team and present himself, whatever the ideas he had, but in a very respectful manner, and he listened. One particular day, I remember when there was a meeting in this very Bhavan at the meeting hall downstairs. It was a meeting convened by Kashmiri Sewak Samaj. The agenda was to discuss about the formation of a political party. That was floated by some of our own brethren, that we are floating a new political party. When it came on the table, we were in the conference room downstairs. Papaji was chairing the meeting and I was also part of that, and there were many executive members. Some are not there today, unfortunately, amongst us. Sharika Bhawan, Dr. Hashia. Then everybody presented his point of view about the formation of the political party. initiator of our political party, they gave a statement in that meeting that our agenda will be, the guiding principle will be the Margdarshan resolution of 1991 that was adopted by the community in December 1991 at a conference in Jammu. So, since I was also there, when I got the chance to speak my point of view, I said if the basic guiding principle of the political party is Margdarshan resolution, then why not allow Jammu Kashmir to carry forward? Why a distinct, separate political party? When at the last when Papaji spoke the concluding remarks, he referred, I do not subscribe to the viewpoint of Jammu Kashmir. But they do have a point. When he pointed out to many people, including me, I was sitting on his right side. I know I was on my left was Sharika Bhawan, और भी एक दो लोग थे. Right, it was a full. He said that when we have already a political party in the name of Jammu Kashmir, I don't think, and he used these words: if you accept me as an elder, I would suggest, not I would advise. He said, if you accept me as an elder, I as an elderly person would suggest, we have already a political slogan in the form of Jammu Kashmir, though I do not necessarily agree with them. But at times, I also feel that they have some point to make. And it has made a dent here and there, but at the same time, I don't think it is feasible that we, having an additional political party, you please proceed ahead with caution. The last I met him when it was, I think it was 26th of October 2008. That happened to be his kosher birthday. And Shri Puran Patwari ji was with me. I had gone just to, Timonu was to say, ठीक है बुगोस तिमन खबरी कशर पट मैं उसने पता यमन जो आज birthday. In fact, sadly that proved to be last kosher birthday before he left this world. He was later with pujas gamas usan Mimi ji ne perform kar di thi. Pandit ji was there, but chunki Papa ji was aswasth the, Mimi ji had performed the puja, so he got up. And उस पर नेरा उस मारा क्या मैसेज छा तो निकतर दोबन बिका मैसेज दिम बट आखिर शुरू जरूर जो कौशल पड़ी इसी तीन दी वर्ड पापा जी ने वर्ड मैसेज जो बड़ तमा ये पापा जी के वर्ड से उनके शब्द मेरे शब्द नहीं है मैं जो सड़ा तमा ये कम्युनिटी के स्वयं लीड करें कुछ साथी अगर मैं कहाँ बच कहाँ कूर यवान ची मिनिश कहाँ फैमिली ची मिनिश यवान कुछ मत खतर especially the girls for their marriage मैं चुप पैस पट ओश यवान वादुन यवान कि साइन कम्युनिटी शा इचा पत कि अच्छी पेवान कोई हेल्प खतर गसुन मैं तो ये सड़ा बोर्ड बार तमा कि एक साइन कम्युनिटी कैसे लीड करें with these words पापा जी को नमन श्रद्धांजलि और जो तो दरकुश नमस्कार
Thank you, Ramesh Manoti ji. Before we move on to the next segment, is next Papa ji documentary shawi. Tam not karo is even speaker and shais thoda sa felicitation karu. I will request Dr. Sopuri to do this felicitation part quickly so that we can move on to the documentary. सुषा सोपुरी जी, मुझे लग रहा है कि वो हॉल के अंदर नहीं है। आर के भट्ट जी, ले जा आर के भट्ट जी के बाद मैं सुरेंद्र भट्ट जी को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो भी तैयार रहें ताकि हम ये फेलिसिटेशन का कार्यक्रम शीघ्र कर सकें। शीघ्र उसने तो बोला नहीं। ऐसे नहीं ऐसे नहीं बाद में सुरेंद्र भट्ट जी। आप दीक्षा जी आप ले लो इनका। कोई बात नहीं दीक्षा जी। अभी सुषा जी का नाम मैं अनाउंस कर चुका हूँ, लेकिन मुझे लगता है वो हॉल के अंदर नहीं है। नवनीत जी भी यहाँ मुझे नजर नहीं आ रहे। नवनीत जी अगर मेरी आवाज सुन रहे हैं, मेरे ख्याल में वो बाहर हैं। रमेश मनवटी जी कृपया आ गया है। सुषा जी जल्दी से, हम आपको बहुत देर से ढूंढ रहे हैं। अब तो सुषा जी के साथ साथ नवनीत जी भी आ गए, 2 in 1 हो गए। नवनीत जी आप भी आगे आ जाओ इनके साथ, सुषा जी के साथ। सुषा जी आ जाइए आगे। हाँ जी, हाँ उधर। अब इसके साथ ही हम डॉक्यूमेंट्री की ओर जा रहे हैं। मैं वीरेंद्र रावल जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे यहाँ आएं और इस डॉक्यूमेंट्री के बारे में हमें कुछ बताएंगे, और साथ में
1-2 आदमी नहीं आ पाए किसी कारणवश।
हमारी आदत यह है बहुत संक्षिप्त में अपने लफ्ज़ों से बोलते हैं, संक्षिप्त में, क्योंकि फिल्म देखनी है आधा घंटा 1 घंटा, सब कुछ वहीं पर पता चलेगा आपको। लेकिन सिर्फ इतना कहूँगा, इस सभागार में जितने भी हमारे महानुभाव बैठे हैं, काशी आखुन साहब, दर साहब, सोपोरी साहब, ये सारे हमारे मित्र हैं, इनका मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा, तहे दिल से। इन्होंने मुझे इस लायक समझा कि मैं यहाँ पर खड़ा रहूँ उस जगह पे जहाँ पर शायद बहुत समय पहले पापा जी खड़ा होकर के आपके समक्ष बोलते थे। आज मुझे उन्होंने मौका दिया उसी जगह पे खड़ा होने का और आपके साथ वार्तालाप करने का। ज़्यादा बोलूँगा नहीं, लेकिन सिर्फ इतना कहूँगा कि ये जो फिल्म आज की है, ये 2019 में बनाई है मैंने, 2019। इसका हल्का सा एनेक्डोट, मैं अपने बारे में कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा, एनेक्डोट बताऊँगा। संडे का दिन शारिका माता के चरणों के नीचे केएसएस फरीदाबाद की मीटिंग चल रही है। मेरा जम्मू से अचानक यहाँ आना हुआ, शारिका माता ने मुझे बुलाया, मैं भी मीटिंग में बैठा, उनकी इजाज़त से, उनकी आज्ञा से। डिस्कशन चल रहा है, वार्तालाप आपस में हो रही है, गुस्सम गुस्सा हो रहा है। मैंने हिम्मत करके उनसे पूछा, ये क्यों आप इतना चिल्ला रहे हैं? तो उन्होंने कहा, साहब हम कोई चीज़ जो है जब किसी को देते हैं, आज के नौजवान को करने के लिए, वो मानते नहीं हैं, हिचकिचाते हैं। फिर जब हम बोलते हैं जी पापा जी थे, उन्होंने ये किया, उन्होंने वो किया, बोलते कौन पापा जी, क्या किया उन्होंने? ये डिस्कशन मैंने सुना और सुनने के बाद मैंने कहा इसमें ज़्यादा उन पर ब्लेम करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। वो आज के यूथ हैं, आज के जवान हैं, हो सकता है वो नहीं जानते हो पापा जी को, कैसे पहचानेंगे उनको? मैंने एक फिल्म बनाई थी अमरनाथ वैष्णवी जी के बारे, और कई लोगों ने कहा कि कश्यप बंधु क्यों नहीं। मैंने उनसे कहा था क्योंकि कश्यप बंधु को मैंने देखा नहीं, जिसके साथ मेरा डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट, 1-to-1 कांटेक्ट हुआ, मैं उन पर फिल्म बनाई है। पापा जी के साथ मेरा कांटेक्ट रहा है इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली, तो इसलिए मैंने उस मीटिंग में उनको एक मुश्त बोलने लगा मैं कि एक ही तरीका है इसको बचाने के लिए, एक ही तरीका है नौजवान को बताने के लिए कि पापा जी ने क्या किया, क्या उनकी विजन था। बोला क्या? मैंने बोला फिल्म बनाना। कौन बनाएगा? मैंने शारिका माता को देख करके कहा मैं बनाऊंगा। जम्मू गया ट्रेन में सोचता रहा मैंने ये क्या कहा, कैसे पॉसिबल है, कैसे हो सकता है ये? क्योंकि हमारे व्यर्थ जो है ना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वो बिलीव करती है उन लोगों पर फिल्म बनाना, इन आइकन्स पर फिल्म बनाना जिन्होंने अपनी होते हुए ही कंट्रीब्यूशन किया है कुछ कम्युनिटी को, सोसाइटी को, वन वे और द अदर, मे ही बी सोशल एक्टिविस्ट, मे ही बी डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर और व्हाट्सएवर। पापा जी इस दुनिया में नहीं थे तो कैसे बनेगी फिल्म? बराबर 600 किलोमीटर में ये सोचता रहा, रात भर करवटें बदलता रहा और सोचता रहा कि कैसे बनेगी। लेकिन जब जम्मू पहुंचा एक अजीब सी ऊर्जा आने लगी, एक अजीब सी एनर्जी आने लगी। मैंने मखलाल सराफ जी से बात की, मैंने कहा ये फिल्म बनानी है, बड़ा तथास्तु। और उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आप सिर्फ 7 दिन मेरे पास बैठो। 7 दिन हम 2 लोग बैठे, मैं, सराफ साहब, मखलाल सराफ तो जानते होंगे नाम, और पंडित सन्यासी जी, अमरनाथ वैष्णवी जी के छोटे लड़के पॉइंट, हम 3 बैठे, स्टोरी एक दूसरे को शेयर की। मैंने पापा जी के बारे में उनका फिजिक नेचर सब कुछ बताया, उनका कारकर्दगी, सब्जार, गायत्री, SOS, वोकेशनल सेंटर, सारा कुछ बता करके। और वो भी, सन्यासी जी भी नोट करते रहे, सराफ साहब भी अलग नोट करते रहे उर्दू में। तो बराबर 7 दिन के बाद पापा जी का 10वां साल आ रहा था, 10th डेथ एनिवर्सरी। तो हमने पहल की, हमने कहा 10th डेथ एनिवर्सरी हम उनका मनाएंगे गांधी मेमोरियल कॉलेज के कैंपस में। 25-30 लोग थे, हमने बनाया। और वहीं पर सराफ साहब ने कहा अपना इक्विपमेंट भी ले आओ, कैमरा, रिफ्लेक्टर, माइक्रोफोन। मैंने बोला अभी तो तैयार ही नहीं है, बोलते आप ले आओ। तो मैंने जितनी देर में वो लेक्चर करते रहे उतनी देर में मैंने अपना टीम को सजाया और पहला शॉट क्लिक हो गया और वो आप अभी फिल्म में देखेंगे। और जब सन्यासी जी लेक्चर में बोलने लगे, उन्होंने टाइटल सॉन्ग भी बता दिया हमें, वो भी सुनने में आएगा आपको। बस इतना कहूंगा मैं, आपका बहुत बहुत आभार, नमस्कार, जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय SOS।
तो आइए हम इनकी कृति, इनकी क्रिएशन, उस डॉक्यूमेंट्री का हम भी आनंद लें।
We don't admit children. A child should not be admitted. This is not a hospital. This is not a custodial care institution. This is a home. So from the very first day I said, we bring them home.
नछुमोल नमजी गाम बसरव तोह सोया सर्व कदा तह यने इरादा असवन मख तोह सोया भारत वर्षस वरी बदल पेट दितव यतीमन तह गरबा असन कहन नछुमोल नमजी गाम बसरव तोह सोया
नमस्कार बहुस आम इंसान जेच लाइन मज आखिरी इंसान उत्तम इंसान लिहाजा हेकन बह अनुमान कर यथ लाइन मज कुस खास इंसान तो इन खास इंसान मज कुस कर्मवान वैसे छन कर्मवान आसन परिभाषा अम कह वन पे मगर आम पे वन कर्मवान गो सुई युस हुम तो हवन कर यह गो व्यक्तिगत हुम अत मज इंसान पानस तो पानस अंद पक लूकन रचर कह यह सारी करा ब्या गो सामूहिक हुम समाज की या समुदाय के रचर खतर करने यह हुम कर वातावरण तो दूषित गसन नश बचान तो ये हुम दुस देशस मज सपदान अत हुमस मज खास कह इंसान कर्मवान बनित नेरान तिकाज यह कर्म सामूहिक
अग्निमीरे पुरोहित यज्ञस्य देवमृत्विजं होतारं रत्नधातमं अग्नि पूर्वेभिर्षिभिरिड्यो नूतनेरुता
पन ज़ाती मफाद यक तरफ त्रित युस इंसान पन्ने समुदाय खतर या पन्ने समाज खतर रचर कह अमि खतर दामन दरित नौजवान हंद भजई खतर साधन छान तो नव वत बज कदित तिहज रहबरी कर सुई गो कर्मवान निश्ती तगान गोस कर्मवान कर्मयोगी यम अखबारी लग कर्मयोग बनुक सपन रावन गो सठा कठिन योग साथ अत वक्त लगान तो अद इंसान सदस खूनस मज मौजूद जन सेवाय हुंद बीज बिंदु जीवन सपदान यह सठा कठिन क्रिया तो पत जन सेवा इंसान सद जिंदगी हुंद मकसद बनान लक्ष्य बनान निशान बनान व्यचार धारा बनान कशीर मज वक्त वक्त खबर कट कर्मयोगी पैद सपदम यमो जन सेवा पन व्यचार धारा बनम यमो जन सेवा कर्म तिम सारे कर्मयोगन सोन नमस्कार मगर कथ अजक वक्त अजुक वक्त मतलब 1990 ईस्वी पत
साने विस्थापन ये सोरे सोन समुदाय छकरन सामूहिक विस्थापनस मं पन तकलीफ मुशरिक समुदाय खतर रुचर कान चुन तिंद खतर तिम साधन छांडिन यमो जरिए तिहिन तकलीफ कम गछन यह बड़ बार काम यमो इंसानों यह काम अतस मं नी तिम पज पे कर शहर श्रीनगर अल खदल पन्ने वक्त सह महल ये ओसूद हाल बट मुसलमान रोजान सूफी संतन खानकाहन आस्थानन मंदिरन मस्जिदन कारबारी मरकजन तो अबदी आराम गहन हज जाय अथ महलस मं आव पंडित नीलकंठ तो बेंजगिरी हिंद डंबे त्रन बायन मं बोय पंडित जगन नाथ कौल.
I've been to that house and I remember he took us there once after they had sold it off and we all went. And they all recognized him. They recognized him. It was in 60s, and there was this whole street full of Kashmiri Muslims where this house was now. I don't think there were any of the Pandits living there. And down the street was River Jhelum. It was not on the river bank. It was up the thing.
You must of course, DFO, of course, principal Sokulu, Shumbanath Ratan.
Tran Bhayan Mazos Pandit, Jagan Nath Kaul, Kadakatik Seta Bustavar. Zaheen, the Ashawa. Pandit Nilakant master. Yim Pate headmaster to Bane.
Shade it mu Patapani Mammy. Mam and the Mam.
Yim Mankishur Rich Mamni. Yes, Yim Dados Wanan. Dados and his space poet Rachan, who is gibberish. मगर परनावान उस मोल नीलकंठ लसन बस तो तलीम हूं खर्च मामनी बर्दाश्त करान दह दिश मलिस नश परने गसान तो वापस चलान बचस मेखल
प्रत आतवार खसान पलव छलान करान आराम पे वसान बे योतम ग्रेजुएट कोर
पढ़ित लिखित गो बस मास्टर रोजगारस उम्मीदवार खानदर सपदुस मगर शहीर सब्जस करवाजन भगवान स्टार्ट अक्टूबर 1949 ईस्वी सफल पंडित साहब डाक खानदार इंदिरा टिकू बने इस शरीक हयात
मास्टर टीचर जम्मू कश्मीर
अत दौरान उस पंडित साहब चनानी जमि बहैसियत मास्टर तैनात अकिस सरकारी स्कूलस मं यह बोड अलमिया मगर पंडित रूद अत अलमिया दौरान आशावादी सोच पकड़ावान तिकाज तस कदामत पसंदी सख खरान.
He had grown very disillusioned with Kashmir in 60s and 70s. He felt they were too individualistic, they were not taking care of each other, they didn't, I mean, there were too many egos and everything, so he didn't want to have anything to do with Kashmir. So he sold off his house, everything. He started identifying himself more as a Haryanvi.
Kadamat pasandi hin jamat satit, the ashavadi soch ethdav, Pandit Jagan Nath Kaul, Kashmiri mein hamesha hamesha.
In his later half of life, after 60s, he started to identify once again with the Kashmiri Pandits. And especially after the 80s, when there was this migration and everything, he wanted to help. He wanted to do something. And he started to, put things together.
Pandit Sabas kam mushkilat aayi buche. Tamich waknai karna bagar ichi katmanu la. Je delivered banyo. Pandit Sab Delhi administration's was a social worker.
Delhi was administration's worker. At Kurknesi Khandar, Trovim October was Khandar, 3 November, Rams.
Direct Faridabad?
No, Delhi.
Delhi Petadao, Pandit Rajasthan.
Delhi was my notary Karambaram, but they is Pilani Ponson or in Qatar. नौकरी कर ट्रांसपोर्ट पलाएंगे ताकि नेशनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर हम करता है आमे प्लानिंग में आमे ये इकोनॉमिक्स करो ना मिलता है 4 शुरेस 2 शुरेस जामे 3 शुर बेस शुरेस 5 बेस मदर करून सठा सेवा Sachana Sogi Mata Dundayan Sundadi. Tamus Dad is one. Sogi and Sundadi. Dada Mori. Tamus Karan Saka Siva. Tapal Siva can be practicing the Siva and Tamus Karan. But get on Mr. Death. Patali, I may acknowledge stop at Puri. Taita first class first, the line him as. But you miss daily so full of economics. MA social workers man Kurun Delhi University mas Kurun Giant Madita Zahatrap
Pandit Jagan Nath Kaul Parnuk Satuhi shock.
I must work Cleveland University on invitation, admission invitation. Later secretary administration mas. Them was now Shree Jagan. Time minus Barsea. And did not go. No. Then did not go and go 62 as much as 50,000. Magar went to throw. But 63 as much. Now we're at the Parnicut.
Kusha to throw hurt is yes, Mazao. When in Jagan Nath Kaul. Samaji Mamlatan months. Majid Talim virtual Karnamaka, America.
Satana could always get to this airport as Petrani. You should have done Papa go America, Mania and the Windy. There must not be car now with me. It's a Mafik.
Lapurao, who shut it through what is US Mansi. Germany Peter Herman Minor, Hindustan. SOS called Niki Iraq.
Shasad Papa Jiya Haruman Minor
Dr. Herman Minor Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Sabha se mulaqat.
shows हम सुनता था impression दिए तो डेली एडमिशन में तंदुरुस्त फलन इंसान करी कोई ठीक पर सुची फलन जाए उनकेनस तमिशु तंदुरुस्त एड्रेस डेली एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में सुना तो दफ्तर डेली एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ना दफ्तर तो तक असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर पेंसिल जान ना डायरेक्टर यूएस असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर तमकर में टेलीफोन में एड्रेस मानरन लिस्ट में चीज तो Papaji. So you say over. Patai 64 kat, 63 kat chagi. Patai timratas was minor seat. 64 1st January couldn't join SSS.
Papaji had worked with Indian Council for Child Welfare, and at that time Mrs. Indira Gandhi was the chairwoman of Indian Council for Child Welfare, and she was quite fond of him, and he couldn't work with the administration because his ideas about child care were in contradiction with the ideas of the authorities. So once Papaji decided to come back to India and not take up the different job offers that he had in US, then he started to look for land, to find some piece of land where we could start. Of course, there was a great influence, our affiliation with Mrs. Gandhi, which helped him a lot. It was quite a revolutionary idea, and people thought he was a little crazy.
We don't admit children. A child should not be admitted. This is not a hospital. This is not a custodial care institution. This is a home. So from the very first day I said, we bring them home.
मैं 1969 से SOS चिल्ड्रंस विलेज में आया, ग्रीनफील्ड्स में पहले चिल्ड्रंस विलेज में पापा जी मुझे लेके आए, और तब से मेरा एसोसिएशन पापा जी के साथ रहा। उन्होंने ही मेरा स्कूल में एडमिशन कराया था, और बहुत केयरिंग थे, बहुत ज़्यादा केयरिंग थे। हम सब बच्चों को पर्सनल अटेंशन देते थे, जितने भी हम SOS चिल्ड्रंस विलेज में रहते थे, और हर एक बच्चे के लिए उसके बर्थडे पे आते थे, कोई परेशानी हो वो पूछा करते थे। अगर हमारे मार्क्स कम आते हैं तो हमारे लिए ट्यूशन्स का इंतज़ाम करते थे, हमारे लिए खेलने का सामान लाते थे। मतलब उस टाइम पर, जिस टाइम पे हम लोगों को कोई नहीं पूछता था बाहर, उस समय पापा जी ने हमारा इतना ख्याल रखा SOS चिल्ड्रंस विलेज में कि कहने की बात नहीं है। और उसी का ये नतीजा है कि हम इतने सालों के बाद में आज मैं जो हूँ विलेज डायरेक्टर हूँ SOS चिल्ड्रंस विलेज जम्मू में।
When you came back to Greenfields, it was like a very big family. It was a huge setup. There were 200 kids. There were all these women, mothers, everyone, and there were a lot of community activity. So, and he was like a big daddy to everyone.
Its founder in India thought it could work here too.
The best discovery of the human race after the hunting period has been the family.
Some people might look at the organization and say, where are the fathers? They're an important part too.
I don't think so. In India, most fathers, as a matter of fact, do very little. I'm not blaming, I'm also one of them. We have never claimed in SOS that we are the perfect council. I'm looking for something more.
There was very little money which was available, and so he had to find some land which was a gift, so to speak. And so this greenfield was being developed by a private developer, Lakhani, and it was part of Punjab then. It was not part of Haryana. I mean, Haryana wasn't there. So this Lakhani somehow trying to get favors with the Punjab government, and especially with the then chief minister there, he agreed to donate this 5-7 acres of land for establishment of SOS Children's Village at the price of 1 rupee.
This was supported 1 January 1964 ईस्वीस मंज अनंतपुर हरियाणा मंज SOS सनत वाकई आठो सरपरस्त पंडित जगन्नाथ कौल
गाम आनंदपुरी सगवा पोषण वैश्विक वट पूर्ण प्रकाश सर्व कदा तहि लेखि इरादा असुन मुख तहि तो सोयाश असुन मुख तहि तो सोयाश असुन मुख तहि
सानी कोई सानी नश सानी पेनी तकन आजादी सान पन जिंदगी गुजारी चुपड़ का वहीं कितने करो ऐसे पन जैसे ये ब्रोकन यूनिवोल समय कितने गुजारो कितने करो enrich पन जिंदगी because that is the new challenge. After both domestic that karane baasho is our new generation.
सहद पापा जिया हर मन मई नर सुजहत आश बाश सदत ऐसी यमिनी जी पापा जी असलो बुराश ओश फलान बाग की सगवा मूल पनुन असी पापा जी सर्व कदा तो ये इरादा असविन वक्त ही तो सोया असल कहीं
SOS आधार दोमिस आलमी जंग किस पश मंजरस में वजूद SOS संस्थाई हिंस कारकर्दगी तो पंडित जगन्नाथ कौल सब सरपरस्ती हिंद दास्तान बूझित होश तमि वक्त वजीर आला 1975 ईस्वीस मज बे अकि लटि जम्मू कश्मीर मज इख्तिदारस मज आमुत तिमो कोर कौल सबस कशीर वापस युनुक दरखास्त.
He had a good relation with Sheikh Abdullah. We had an office in 4 Rouse Avenue. And Sheikh Abdullah was under house arrest across the street. This was in Delhi. Across the street was Sheikh's house arrest. And Sheikh Abdullah used to grow this Kashmiri vegetables, haq and other things like that. So father would just sort of drop in there once in a way to talk to him, and he was allowed to go in and sometimes bring these vegetables also. So when Sheikh went back to Kashmir, the father contacted him. And he said he would like to set up a children's village in Srinagar. So Sheikh Abdullah invited him. And they talked and everything. I don't know, but what father told me is the Sheikh put one condition. I said, what is the condition? So he told him that these people can't do it. So you Kashmir वापस. कोई करियो ये काम.
He wanted Babaji to come back
to return to Kashmir. He would do this, and he should forget all about it, all this thing, and he should settle and do this. The father told him, no, that's not possible. I will support it, I will organize it, and it will be done, but I can't move back, So, but he always wanted to do something. Till he passed away, he always wanted to do. We tried very hard.
Kashmir was near road. पंडित जगन नाथ कौल पाई हम जन सेवा करा फरीदाबाद बनो तम सर कर्म भूमि दोस यीचा काम करे तो तीचा मगर यह जरूरी शामन वतित अयालस मज पन्ने गरी बत खेन अत सठा महत्व दिवान.
He was a tough father. He liked certain discipline. Everybody had to be home for dinner and sit on the dining table. At the same time, you may not come for lunch and things like that. But dinner you had to be home. And so he could be a disciplinarian. He liked a certain amount of discipline. He was very neat and clean.
वक्त वजीर आला मुफ्ती मोहम्मद सईद साहबन कोर पापा जी दरखास्त गांधरबलस मज SOS संस्था बनाने खतर जमीन के सफज अलाट मगर
on one of my visits I was invited for dinner by the Chief Minister Mufti Mohammed, and the only piece of advice he gave me that he was very unhappy that I can't speak Kashmiri properly. So he told me not to learn once again Kashmiri. I said yes, fine. So they gave us a piece of land. He gave us a piece of land. And he came to lay the foundation stone. It was near in Faridabad district, near this famous temple in Tulmul. It was pretty close to Tulmul, the land. And
still existing there?
No, we returned the land. We returned the land because we had a disagreement with the community. First thing they did was actually they cut off all the trees because they wanted to make some money, for which of course I didn't care about. But we faced a problem there, which we have faced in some parts of India other than Kashmir also, not only in Kashmir. They wanted that we would guarantee jobs for only the locals. So I said yes, but that's at a junior level. At the senior level, we cannot guarantee that it will be only local. It has to be somebody who can do the job. Yes, that is true. But that's not unique to Kashmir. We face the same problem in Northeast and everything. But eventually it didn't work out.
हाजत मंदन तो पसमानद लूकन तो खास करित पन्नसि मुल्कस मज रेफ्यूजी बनियम ते नौजवानन हंद खातर गैर मामूली काम वुचित कोर तमि वक्त वजीर आला उमर अब्दुल्ला साहबन ते वापस युनुक इत्तला.
They gave us another piece of land, and we took the land, but somebody put claim on that land. Compensation, they said, and then it went on and on and on. And then we said, okay, if you don't resolve this dispute with the locals, we cannot do anything.
नार मारत इश्तिहार जरिए ये जुवल लारत किन बट समुदाय सच में लाइट कशीर मलफ्लाव पंडित जैन कोल सबस वोट सठा तकलीफ गो तनस गोड़े कशीर थमस मगर संस्कारो तो मूल पौरुष आसने किन असस कशीर तो कशन बटन हन सठा दा
माइग्रेंट कैंप मुठीस मज रोजान ऐसे सख इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन फैमिलीस मज 1998 सितंबर मज अनिकस इमोद पेटा ग्रुप ऑफ स्टूडेंट कोरुक SOS स्कूल सेक्टर 29 फरीदाबाद मज तक जॉइन एज एन कंप्यूटर हेचनान खतर अस आतस हॉस्टल प्रोवाइड कर अंडर द सुपरविजन ऑफ डॉक्टर रावल तो बे आमिरी सर तथ हॉस्टल्स मज ओनली एस अकोमोडेशन यस की हाउ दे ग्रूम अस socially, physically. That was a tremendous effort, and we're most thankful to them all.
जब हमारी माइग्रेशन हुई थी 1989 में तो हम उधमपुर आ गए. हालांकि मैंने फिजिकल एजुकेशन में थोड़ा सा कोई डिप्लोमा किया था, लेकिन मेरे पास कोई काम नहीं था. इसके बाद मैं दिल्ली चला गया, सीधे इनके चरणों में चला गया मैं. तो वहाँ से मैंने इनको बताया कि मेरे पास कोई ऐसा साधन नहीं है जिससे मैं अपनी फैमिली को पाल सकूं. उस टाइम मेरी 3 बहनें थी, मेरी माँ थी और मैं, और साथ में कोई नहीं था। तो मैंने उनको कहा अगर मुझे कहीं आपके स्कूल में कोई मास्टर मतलब इसी टीचर का या ट्यूटर का कोई पोस्ट मिल जाए तो मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी चला सकता हूँ, मैं अपनी फैमिली को पाल सकता हूँ। तो इन्होंने मुझे अपने स्कूल में फरीदाबाद में नौकरी दिलाई और मैं वहाँ पे नौकरी करता रहा और उससे मेरी ज़िंदगी, मेरी फैमिली के जो हालात थे वो सुधर गए।
तुम्हें लगता है कि वापस जाओगी तुम कभी वहाँ पे? मन करता है वापस जाने का? क्या कहते हैं मम्मी पापा, क्या कहते हैं कि वापस जा पाओगी वहाँ पे?
नहीं।
क्या कहते हैं कभी नहीं जाएंगे वहाँ? तो फिर क्या कहते हैं कहाँ रहेंगे?
यही।
तो यहाँ क्या करेंगे?
नमत बैठई गई पख गुफहन पख नहीं खच हक त्रा।
हम जो 1989 में माइग्रेंट होके आए उधमपुर में रह रहे थे, बड़ी मुश्किल में थे उस समय। उस समय हमारी पढ़ाई छूट गई थी, घर की व्यवस्था वैसी नहीं थी कि हम कहीं पे कुछ कर सकें। शिवरात्रि पे मैं फूल मालाएं बेचता था, फिर मैंने कुछ समय तक ये डिश टीवी तोड़ी लेके गलियों गलियों में घूमा, इस तरह से काम चलाया। फिर हमें पापा जी के बारे में पता चला तो हम सीधे फरीदाबाद पहुंचे। पापा जी से वहाँ मुलाकात, शारिका मंदिर में वहाँ पे एक महायज्ञ का आयोजन था, तो पापा जी से वहाँ पे भेंट हुई। पापा जी ने वहाँ कहा बेटा आप क्या कर सकते हो? मैंने कहा पापा जी मैंने टाइपिंग का काम सीखा है, अगर मुझे कहीं कुछ काम मिल जाता तो। उसने कहा ठीक है आप कैलाश कॉलोनी आ जाना, वहाँ पे हम आपका टेस्ट लेंगे, देखते हैं।
बहुत सारी फैमिलीज को स्किल्स में लगाया। आई एम वन अमंग देम कि जिन्होंने वहां से कंप्यूटर्स का 1 ईयर डिप्लोमा लिया, उसके बाद फील्ड में गए एंड नाउ आई एम अर्निंग अ गुड अमाउंट ऑफ मनी एंड आई एम हेल्पिंग माय फैमिली।
94 अप्रैल पर आमत योर रोज अमरावती करा ट्रेनिंग करित मारा आज बुझो जुम कर पान पेरेंट्स रोजान जुमे तो तत मारा बुझ पापा जो नाव तो पत मारा पापा जी ने योर तो पत मारा 94 अप्रैल मारा लगे अफसोस में। वही एक महापुरुष जिसने मेरी जिंदगी में इतनी तब्दीली की, इस आध्यात्मिक ज्ञान में की तरफ मुझे मोड़ मिल गया, वो वही महापुरुष जिसको मैं पापा जी के नाम से आज भी जानता हूँ। और उस वक्त भी मैं उसको पापा जी के नाम से ही उसको दर्शन करने के लिए गया। वो साल था 1993। पहली बार मैं उधमपुर में इसको मिलने के लिए गया, लेकिन मैं ये मूड में अवस्था इमा नहीं था जो आज मैं हूँ। मैं उस वक्त कुमार जी था, कुमार जी के रूप में उसको मिलने गया था। तो पहली बात जो मैंने अपनी जज्बात से क्या कुछ कहना था उसको, लेकिन उसका जवाब मुझे बड़ी तरीके से मुझे मिला। उस पापा जी ने उस वक्त में कहा मुझे आपका नाम क्या है? मैंने कहा कुमार जी। बोलो जरा धीरे से बोलो, अगर तुम आराम से बोलोगे ये बात भी मैं सुनूंगा। जितनी आप तेजी से इतनी बातें कही, बोलो किसका नुकसान हो गया? एनर्जी आपकी जाया हो गई और यही काम तुझे करने के लिए आपको भगवान ने शरीर दिया है। जरा सोचो, ये काम अगर तुम एक आराम से करोगे मैं भी सुन सकता हूँ और आपका भी एनर्जी बढ़ सकता है। बस इस बात ने मुझ पर प्रभाव डाला है। उसके बाद उस 1 घंटे में क्या प्रभाव हुआ, तो मैं कुमार जी को छोड़कर और किसी रास्ते स्वामी जी की तरफ से निकल पड़ा।
हम दिल्ली चले गए कि हम कुछ जॉब्स वगैरह ढूंढने के लिए, लेकिन हम टेक्निकली साउंड नहीं थे तो इसलिए हमारा ज़्यादा स्कोप मार्केट में नहीं हुआ करता था। तो इतने में हमारी मुलाकात पंडित जगन कौल साहब से पापा जी के साथ हो गई। उन दिनों वो ऑल इंडिया कश्मीरी समाज के प्रेसिडेंट थे, तो उनसे हमारी मुलाकात हो गई। तो उन्होंने हमें कहा कि आपको फरीदाबाद फिर आना पड़ेगा, वहाँ पे एक SOS चिल्ड्रंस विलेज ऑफ इंडिया के साथ हमने एक वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग सेंटर रखा है, तो आप लोग आइए, वहाँ पे आपको ट्रेनिंग करवा देंगे, आपको टेक्निकली साउंड करवा देंगे और उसके बाद आप अपने जॉब्स देख सकते हैं। फिर हम फरीदाबाद चले गए। फरीदाबाद में वोकेशनल सेंटर था तो हमारे प्रिंसिपल थे विनोद तामिरी साहब।
कोर्स वेयर तैयार तो वो मनीष दुबन से क्या क्या लिस्ट ऑफ कंप्यूटर्स जरूरत क्लासरूम्स क्या जरूरत तो मगर हमारा मोस्टली बसान के जम्मू कैंपन मन बसान ज्यादा मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज रहाइश खुद दोपन सह बार फिक्र अमिश कहें बह कर इंतजाम। ही प्रोवाइडेड क्लासरूम्स फॉर दिस, he provided basic office infrastructure, he provided computers, annual maintenance. Day mara koru sari khod board mara koru pate hostels, he provided hostels. Baba Janna koru with the help of All India in collaboration with SOS Children's Villages of India, the All India Kashmiri Samaj, AIKS Trust basically. They joined hands. Imara Banyawak, one of the most successful educational programs of SOS Children's Villages of India and AIKS Trust.
और वहाँ पे हमारी मुलाकात प्रोफेसर वीरेंद्र रावल जी से हुई। इनकी छत्र छाया में हमने वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग्स की है। कंप्यूटर सॉफ्टवेयर भी चलता था वहाँ पे, हार्डवेयर की भी ट्रेनिंग्स होती थी और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की ट्रेनिंग्स भी उन दिनों वहाँ होती थी जो वीरेंद्र रावल जी हेड करते थे।
प्रोफेसर रावल रूद सिर्फ परनावान योत बल्कि रूद सह पन्ने काम हिंदिस भरोसस पे SOS किस अत हॉस्टलस इंचार्ज। यमन हॉस्टलन सह तिथ कह कथ ते वाबस्त यमन सह प्रोफेसर रावल सठही वाबस्त रूद।
जमिस मज मैरिड लड़की तमिस बच तमिस वरिव सठा तंग कर अक दो रात कित कड़क सो गर मज मार दित नबर
मे कोर सठा बर्दाश्त बर्दाश्त करान खुदकशी कर
नहर पे खुदकशी कर
गुदरायस शुर त्रेस जिन पे दिल
कितान पे पचो सो पुलिसन तो वो सो दहली ये जन तम दमार मोलोस पन्ने जिठस नीचुस रोजान
मगर बेस दमार मलिस पे बोर बनन यछा
अक दो वो सो मियोन घर फरीदाबाद तो बोजनौलस बह पन कहानी तमिस कहानी बूजित गोस बह सठा मोयूस मे तो बोजन जिले क्या कर दमी दो सूज मे पापा जस जन तम दीनताल फैक्स कर वार्तालाप अमिस लड़की मुतल तमो दुत और जवाब जी यह करिन फौरन SOS किस गर्ल्स हॉस्टल्स मज दाखिल तो अमिस दियो तुम कंप्यूटर ऑपरेशन ट्रेनिंग वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स मज
हॉस्टलस मज आई मान रोम जिंदगी वापस जिन कोर अत हॉस्टलस मज न लज तिमन मज बस बसहार मे कर तिकाज मे मे पन्न खतर जिंद रोजान बल्कि बच्चे सद खतर जिंद रोजान
कत वन सठा जरूरी यह लड़की सठा जहीन सठा मेहनती तम हेच कंप्यूटर ऑपरेशन सठा जल तो तम SOS वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग सेंटर अकाउंट्स मेंटेन पाने कर
पत कर मे जो घर वापस गसनच कोशिश मगर पापा जी दित मे इजाजत ये मैंने योतान मे चाने खुशहाल जिंदगी हज जमानत मिले तो ताम हेकक मे जोम पन घर वापस गि मोन महाराज पता करान करान SOS गर्ल्स हॉस्टल फरीदाबाद वोत तो ये जमानत दिस पानस सह कर पन गैर इंसानी व्यवहार तर्क तो मे सद गुजारे खुशहाल जिंदगी।
यह सोरी सपदो अत शर्तस पे जमिक नौजवान SOS कार्यकर्ता रोजन अम सदिस महाराज पे पूरे पे नजर गुजर थवित तो वक्तन फवक्तन वातनावन पापा जस अमिस लड़की मुतलक शेष खबर
अमिस महापुरुष सिंह बदले मेन जिंदगी तो मेनिस बचसन तक भी आज छस बह जिन अकिस कंपनी मज कंप्यूटर ट्रेनिंग हंदिस बुनियादस पे ये अकाउंट मेंटेन करान ये मे कह मसल बुत बस अच वटान पापा जी मे ब्रोकन खड़ा सपदान ये वनान ती छस करान
पापा जी ने निष्काम काम सी सपदान यह आम इंसान सपदान तम सद काम मन शक शुभ बोगुस अक अकिस खिलाफ चॉय यह सोरे सपदा तो पापा जी तह फिक्र तरा मगर अंदर तकलीफ तस गसान तमिच सह बाबत कर तिकाज सह कर सह आव न जत बुथ तम कर तकलीफन जत बाबत अलबत् यह कैसा तम वो तिमन रुत खान और दुश्मन
He was the president of Kashmiri Sewak Samaj. He was holding the two positions simultaneously. One as the president of SOS Children Villages of India, where he had helped so many Kashmiri girls, ladies who were employed there.
Nagrota Banovan Kashmir, whose mother Banovan?
This mandir Pradesha Maharaj knows 1995 Ishmara Murti Jagan Nath Kaul 1995 Mara Pradesha Avrata hens 5 bud.
Yem sat yem banayin society yem sat yem banayin. Kya one host luka. आता तो वन बस में मित्रा आवी मकर दोबन मंजू पानुं कारम मिशु पानुं कारम
सर्व कदा कही ये नेक इरादा असुन मुख कही
खुदान हाजिर जिसे समझदारी में ये लोग समझाओ कानून बच्चे में प्रोसेस में बाटस में अनिश्चित लॉकटेस बाटस स्टेज इसके रोज बोल मैं जो चीज़ सुनी तबां का पता नहीं तो मिसके दिक्कत पता है उतना न मोल पानिस क्या चीज़ पेरेंट्स ये तो आता है पेरेंट वाला इसे स्टोरी शेयर करना सिर्फ फ्लैट ही होते नहीं या मकाने होते पनी ख्याला मगर ये पनी दौलत मगर ये आख बढ़ काट कि बुश से ये वाला निश्चित फाइनल इलेक्शन फोर्ट मॉडल समाज
पापा जी उस बिस्यार पासल शख्सियत तमस गरीबी ती वुचमुच तो अमीरी ती हज
कश तुलुम सथा यम साथ परान अगे वक्त चुम खाने को मन्नावर रहता अगे वक्त चुम खाने में शुरू रहती लोग
स्थापना पत युस तकलीफ बद समुदाय वोत तमु कम ज्यादा अजाल गुस मानो अथो तवे वो राहत काम मज तिथ पे मत गसान तमिस सठा अहम काम मसली बात।
एक कॉन्फ्रेंस थी वहाँ पे दिल्ली में इंडिया इंटरनेशनल सेंटर के अंदर कश्मीरी पंडित की एक कॉन्फ्रेंस थी। कुछ लोग जम्मू से भी आए थे और दिल्ली वगैरह से भी थे। मीटिंग चल रही थी तो इतने में प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया राष्ट्रपति भवन से फोन आया।
पापा जी ना तंब लो न व्यसरो बल्कि जुतन शेच अनन वोल जवाब जे प्रेसिडेंट साहबस वनो जे बह कर तस योर फोन यह तस पन्ने किराए पे महकम यकीन
जब दोस्त कमाने की हासिल करी उसी के पीछे लगे रहो मेक दैट फोकस एंड विन योर वॉर
अशमा वो जहाँ ये सोचमुत जे पर्वतुक रेप्लिकाई हिंदुस्तान किस बेत कुनि शहरस मज वजूदस मज दप्यू ये इरादे नेक तो निष्काम तेल प्रथ मुश्किल काम आसान बासा पापा जी कोर इराद तो तथ इरादस पत्किन तम दृढ़ता तो माताई हुंद अनुग्रह
गई पैदल SOS पैटर्न खतिस मार अत पहाड़ पे तक 1.5 किलोमीटर अत 1.5 किलोमीटर खस कह जंडो मज अत हेरकन कन हकान तथ मज सिंदर तो पापा जी दोप यह हसा गो टॉप ऑफ द हारी पर्वत ये रोज रगी अंदर तपन सो तो अत डिवाइन फोर्स कुछ तान कम करान युन दपान कि कशर बटन युन आस्था सह कित पे रोज मौजूद सह कित पे रोज सत कनेक्टेड सह कित पे रोज पन्ने समाज सत कनेक्टेड सह कित पे रोज पन्ने धर्म सत कनेक्टेड तम सद धर्म प्रवर्ति कित पे रोजन विराजमान कशर बटन मदन तो यमुक निर्माण सपोद
हरि पर्वत माता मंदिर आज नवरात्रि के लिए मज आज बह योर मिसकनसेप्शन कि यह फंक्शन आज मनावान समिति मे रूद कनसेप्ट सलामी दो मना बह सलामी दो फैमिली है ये तो कहें नेचुरली फंक्शन यह सुनसान बिल्कुल वीरान यह बसान वन ऑफ द बेस्ट मतलब क्या रित कर्म कर्मित कि यमो तम सात थोड़ा समझ माता रानी भंडारा चला इधर आज हरी पर्वत हर वरी मारा हर वरी जय माता दी जय माता दी हर वरी नवरियत संक्रे दोनों मना हर वरी हरी पर्वत मारा रेप्लिका हरी पर्वत आज मारा पास बादाम फल सवा तरफ बाबाजी ग्रेट कंट्रीब्यूशन फॉर दिस उन्होंने ये किया है आई डोंट थिंक एनीबॉडी कैन डू इट वी शुड नॉट फॉरगेट दिस बस गमत महाराज जो तम सारी भगवान खरमित तरमित पे बन पे मे दोपस सारी तरमित शंकर मेडिकल सेंटर्स मे हॉल तक मीटिंग बस गामत अनंतपुर बस बस पहाड़स ये पे वो रामपाल या मे वन मम्मी तू क्या वुचा यह पहाड़ दित मे दोपन ऐ क्या कर बह तार तकृश वन कोर तथास्तु
गाम आनंदपुर सगवा पोषण
फरीदाबाद के सेक्टर 17 मज 1 करोड़ तो 50 लाख रुपयन हज लागत लगित शारिका भवन निर्माण करन मोजिज यदि दो पापा जस बासान पोस मोकले तमी दो जन कहनत का असाधारण साधारण मनुष्य सेक्टर 17 कुन लाइन तो पापा जी गसान माली इमदाद वो शारिका भवन में बना हुआ मंदिर
He was also very fortunate. He always found a few people, I must say, quite a few people who believed in him and who worked with him. This was also, that was very fortunate for him, I would say.
He was terribly a visionary fellow. You shouldn't ask them, I was senior, elderly to many of my friends, magar क्या विजन दिस तथी गो गड़बड़ यो गर वाजन तक कोच बहुत शारिका पे कोच गन शारिका बन खानदार अगर कंस कोच गन शारिका बहुत खानदार सह अंगस वैष्णव रीजन तुत एटमॉस्फेयर क्रिएट कर not only for me, but for my commission members. It can only one which is usually you cannot forget that part.
He didn't understand money. He actually never understood money. When I asked him, you are doing this, so he had this thing, oh, you go do this, God shall provide. I said, yeah, God shall provide, but you have to, God doesn't provide just like that.
This meeting was the as was ऐसे दोनों जैसे दपान से बना हुआ पानी जा आया था लेकिन आसर इस हमो ज़मीन ऐसे तम साथ मतलब मिशन बसा 15 साल हालात आसर कश्मीर सेवक समाज तम साथ ज़मीन करा कॉस्ट 2 लाख रुपए एंड सब्सिडाइज रेट्स हमारा इधर व्यवस्थित चला ऐसे दो दिविशु दीवी क्या के
ये ऐसा ऐसे ये ज़मीन नीश तो पतोस फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन करें तो पापा जी ही shows a very good architect of international fame. तो तमिस दितन आइडिया कि कितकन क्या बनाओनस क्या ख्याल बनाओनस कि क्या करो तो उसने नक्शे वगैरह बना लिए और फिर एस्टिमेट भी दे दिया तो हमारा बनो 1,50,00,000 एस्टिमेट तक तो ये लिए एस्टिमेट आओ वो हरतस है उससे सोचान यूज बोर्ड प्रोजेक्ट बनाना तो कितकन भाई पोजिशन पहले हमारे है ही नहीं कुछ तो गोस वो कॉल सबस निश तुम सुन में हमारे पोजिशन 17,000 तो 7,000 तो इशू एस्टिमेट 1,50,00,000 तो क्या करो तो हमारा वन दबन विचु मौज क्या कर दाई क्या कर शुरू
When he put his mind to something, he would do it. He would get it done. He was so focused. And that's how he went. He would go every Sunday on the weekends and everything, collect 3-4 buttas with him, go from house to house of Kashmiri Pandits in Faridabad, talk to them and tell them, come and pay some money and we got to do this, we got to build up something for us.
Yemsat kun dutun tamsat daya tropi. Dar sabab में वही क्या करा ये क्या करा 2 रुपये बैंकस मज यह कन दिवान मे तुम था वजनस मज दार सोपा सारे पता वनस तान ये वातन ब्रो भगवान कोनस
पवन शारिका तो ये बना
पापा जी यूत पिलो तूत पकनो तम वर्जन वाव समाज सेवा ये नाव ब्रो
सोसाइटी बनी मेरा पापा जी ने मेहरबानी से पापा जन को सान खतर
कार्यकर्ता enthusiastic young people. या तुम्हारा क्या खो you know. So जो होता है असली नौकरी के लल्लेश्वरी
सबुजारू गायत्री
it was our idea from the first time goes तेम सोच दुन को 50 गार्मेंट्स बनाओ 50 ज्यादा जो पाते अब बगी बजो हतन गारो पता ही भी ना फरक जो तब मेरे ब्याह 50 गारो पता ही भी ना फरक मेरे ब्याह 50 गारो
सबदार कॉन्सेप्ट आओ ये हमारा एक्सोडस को कशीर पे सारी गई बेघर तथि तो ये हमारा ऐसे श्री जैन कौल साहब इन एफेक्शनेटली सारी बट वन पापा जी तिमन मारा तिमो तुल ये रोटी इम्पॉर्टेंट पन्निस पोर्टफोलियोस मज कि तिम करहन यीत्या कशीर आय तिमन यूता एस्टैब्लिश हकन एकोमोडेशन हिसाब कर तीन खतर हेल्प करने खतर सारी एफर्ट मारा तथ मज पापा जी तिमो कितकन कर मारा गवर्नमेंट सतन हुडा सतन डिस्कस कर मारा क्रिएट 3 सोसाइटी अख ललेश्वरी बे सब्जार 3 गायत्री
पापा जन को सठा ज्यादा सान खतर शायद हेको न पान तह कर यूता ये पापा जन खतर कोर ये
एंड तम पे कित बने ये यम सात आयस गोडनिच लट योर ये मरा सिर्फ ये कहें बोजन तो मे वो पापा जस मे कि ना मरा सन जमीन को तन तो वो मे दोन योतन तन से नजर गसी तोतन तन सोरे चोन
ये कंस्ट्रक्शन मज आव ये बोड़ बार हिदायत दिन कि ये थो तुम क्वालिटी पे ज्यादा तवज्जो यूजन थवन पे सारे क्या कमेटी वुचान हेलीकॉप्टर करान तथ मिस्टर टिपको इंजीनियर ओवरऑल सुपरविजन करान तो बे इंजीनियर बे बल्कि पापा जी मेहरबानी पे जैन कॉल मेहरबानी कि तम बना 3 सोसाइटी ये तो यम कि बड़े रूद मतलब कंफर्टेबल ये वुक तान क्या बड़ कंफर्टेबल
बोन बेसमेंट तथ मज बनावान मरा भूरटम करान गेवन करान
लब पेवान गुलालस किन लहर वच हवावस लब पेवान गुलालस किन लहर वच
हवावस मगर बड़ अथो कि ये खुश खलुक इंसान अंग्रेज रॉय रॉक कदावर गरीबन गुरबातन हुंद सहायकार पंडित नीलकंठ जी सुन फर्जंद फरीदाबाद के लुकन हुंद डैडी तो सानिन नौजवान जन सेवकन हुंद पापा जी सपुद
15 दिसंबर
2008 फरीदाबाद मज हमेशा हमेशा गत शांत आज पापा जी मज मौजूद मगर तम सज कथ तो कर्म मज मौजूद तवे वन कर्म यूज मरा तिमन देवी देवता बे तो बे संसारस मज कुन न तो कुन रूपस मज सोजान पन कर्म करने यम मृत्यन जय सपदान तो यमवे महापुरुषों किन यम संसारुक क्रम चलान रोजान ओम शांति ओम शांति
बटेशुत नमत पे गई पख वुफहन पख नहीं हक त्राश पापा जी आग्रू कनी पानई अकि कोडुन पख नहीं वाश पाई पुर्द करिन तिम दोपनक मटी पोस पननी बार
Hats off to Virender Rawal ji for this beautiful documentary.
Let's take a moment, sir. Let's have a moment. Let me have a moment to share with you the topmost secret after how many years of the expiry of Papa Ji? 2008. मुझे मुश्किल लग रहा है कि ये सीक्रेट जो है ये शायद ही किसी को पता हो। बताऊं? बहुत कड़वा सच है ये, कड़वा सच। प्लीज सुनिए, ये कड़वा सच ऐसा है, पापा जी के आखिरी दिन जो थे, पापा जी के जो लास्ट डेज, लास्ट मोमेंट था, बहुत ही दुखदायक था। सब मानते हैं इस चीज को? It was so bad. He was very badly treated by some of the miscreants, and there was a reason, and one of the main reason was ordered for 2 Sharika idols, Murtiyan. 2 Sharika. He had ordered 2 Sharika idols. Out of 2, one was installed at Hari Parbat, that you have seen. And where did the second go? Nobody knows. And this created a big problem, big issue in the society, and ultimately in the community also. SOS family में उनकी साथ जितनी खराब करनी थी miscreants ने उतनी की, उससे ज़्यादा किया। I remember one bad day when I was with Papa Ji sitting in his home in the lawn of his house. He was in the last moment. I mean, बहुत खराब हालत थी। एक खाट पे लेट रहे थे, धूप सेक रहे थे। I was sitting aside. क्या काम था? I don't remember. 2 टेलीविजन वाले आ गए। I don't remember the channels. I think one was NDTV, पता नहीं क्या था। 2 रिपोर्टर्स घुस गए। जैसे वो घुसे, उन्होंने पापा जी की हालत को देख करके कहा, वो हैरान हो गए। They were blushed. मुझे लगा कि शायद वो किसी और काम से आया है, लेकिन वो हो नहीं पाया। फिर अंदाजा हुआ, गेट के बाहर 3-4 पुलिस वाले थे। You know what for that police wala over there? They were about to arrest him. जैसे ही उन रिपोर्टर से पापा जी की हालत देखी, they felt very bad, sad. पापा जी बड़े इंटेलिजेंट, लेकिन बोल नहीं पा रहे थे ज्यादा, सांस चढ़ रही थी। कहने लगे, किस लिए आए हो? पापा जी को पता था ये किस लिए आए हैं, लेकिन रिपोर्टर से कहा, पापा जी आपकी जानकारी के लिए आए हैं, आप ठीक हैं, आपको देखने के लिए आए हैं। Whereas that was not the question. वैसा नहीं था। मसला बहुत डीप था। SOS के लोग इसके पीछे पड़े थे, और उनमें से कुछ कम्युनिटी के लोग भी चंद इसमें घुसे हुए थे। They wanted also to do something bad. शारिका कहाँ गई? क्वेश्चन उठा, शारिका कहाँ गई? अरे 6-7 लाख पता नहीं, I don't remember the amount, आपको पता होगा। वो 1-2 ऑर्डर, एक कहाँ गई? They thought, bloody idiots, they thought that he has taken it into his pocket. खैर पापा जी जैसे मम्मी जी ने भी कहा कि तुम तो प्लस पापा जन वो जान कर्म करें, उनको अपना कर्म करने दो, मुझे अपना कर्म करने दो. But पापा जी never said where that Sharika has gone. अब बेटा उठाया फिल्म बनाने का, फिल्म बनाते बनाते रिसर्च थोड़ा सा किया, भाग दौड़ की, तो एक दिन मैं पहुंचा नगरोटा के मंदिर में. वो आपने देखा ना, नगरोटा के टेंपल में जो केयर टेकर है वो कहता है जी 98 में इन्होंने, पापा जी ने खुद यहां पर वो शारिका लाई है. अंडरस्टैंड द पॉइंट सर. दिस इज आवर कम्युनिटी, दिस इज आवर सोसाइटी. और आज के डेट में शारिका दो हैं, एक शाहरी पर्वत में और एक नगरोटा में. अगर कोई रिफ्यूट करता है, कोई कहता है गलत है, तो फिल्म दिखा दीजिए. अगर कहता है कोई गलत है तो फिल्म का जो वहां पे दिखाया गया केयर टेकर, हालांकि जो एल्डर केयर टेकर थे वो अभी नहीं है इस दुनिया में, उनका बेटा है, वो आपको पता देगा कि ये शारिका कहां से आई है. ये देखिए, ये सीक्रेट था हमारा. आप प्लीज ये फॉरवर्ड कीजिए ये मैसेज. जहां पर भी जो कोई भी आपको डिस्टॉर्टेड मैसेज बोलता है, क्लियर कट इट इज रॉन्ग, एब्सोल्युटली रॉन्ग. एंड स्वर्ग से वो देख रहे होंगे कि उनकी जो सच्चाई है आज पैदा होगी. नतीजा निकला कि गलत है, ये वो नहीं थे जो लोग सोच रहे थे. इतना ही बस मुझे कहना है. आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत आभार एक बार फिर से. थैंक यू सो मच.
एक मिनट. थैंक यू राहुल साहब, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. एज फार एज all members of Kashmiri Samaj know, Papaji's life was throughout unblemished. It was unblemished life of Papaji Shree Jagan Kaul Sahab. Please note it down. About Sharika Mata, Nagroda and this, we may go by this, but one thing is sure, all people, all residents of Faridabad, all over India, his life has been, we know him since after we came here, his life has been unblemished. So please note it for future generations. Thank you so much.
अब हम काफ़ी देर से जिस चीज़ का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं वो संगीत के सुर बिखरने जा रहे हैं. हमारे नई प्रतिभाएं, हमारे जो यंगस्टर्स हैं वो आपके सामने अब स्टेज पे आएंगे. मैं बुला रहा हूँ आप सबको. वंशिका जी आ जाओ. वंशिका जी, वानी जी, उपासना जी, कार्तिक, श्रेया, छवि, आप अपनी छवि आप ऊपर से ही स्टेज से ही दिखाइए. यू आर वेलकम.
हो ना सका दिक्कत.
हेलो 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 छै गंगा जट छै गंगा अमृत सारा तारालो सुन दो जज्ब शिव जी थर थर कास्तम में मर मर गस नहीं जर जर शंकर जी गुजर थर थर कास्तम में मर मर गस नहीं जर जर शंकर जी कुछ मत नागन्यान कुछ मत दोस्तम अनहरी माता राज रहने रान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रहने रान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रहने रान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रहने रान ब्रहरी सुले सुले वज्रगिन्याचे तुल बोले मध्या सुले सुले वज्रगिन्याचे तुल बोले बंधे बावे डुल डुले माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी बधे बावे डुल डुले माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी देहे झक मंजनागस माझे जाय जाय पोष भागस देहे झक मंजनागस माझे जाय जाय पोष भागस स्वर्ग पुण्य अंडे अंडे माता राज रहने रान ब्रहरी स्वर्ग पुण्य अंडे अंडे माता राज रहने रान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रहने रान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रहने रान ब्रहरी आयसीले डेडे अंदर मुझे तथे बुझूं शिव मंदिर आयसीले डेडे अंदर मुझे तथे बुझूं शिव मंदिर तत् अंदर है श्याम सुंदर माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी तत् अंदर है श्याम सुंदर माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी लगई ना पर परी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी घुसायचो नाव सरे माझे तस कायम करे लगैना पर परी माता राज रे रान ब्रहरी लगैना पर परी माता राज रे रान ब्रहरी हाथ में तारा माता बोझ कई प्यार मारा हाथ में तारा माता बोझ कई प्यार मारा अनहरी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी जार पुस्तम अनहरी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी लगैना पर परी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी लगैना पर परी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी माता राज रे निरान ब्रहरी। सख्त संपदा दादंदवा मुझ भगवान विनकेनस सख्त संपदा दादंदवा मुझ भगवान विनकेनस दादंदवा रूगन शफा मुझ भगवान विनकेनस दादंदवा भगरान विनकेनस सख्त संपदा दादंदवा मुझ भगरान विनकेनस क्या छुगम यस नखिया सबदनस मुश्किलन क्या छुगम यस नखिया सबदनस मुश्किलन हल यीर गम तन भव सागरस मुझ तारान विनकेनस यीर गम तन भव सागरस मुझ तारान विनकेनस दादंदवा रूगन शफा मुझ भगरान विनकेनस वुनी यशदासन खन्ने खन्ने मज कर मिघान्याय मज अंजरान विनगनस खन्ने खन्ने मज कर मिघान्याय मज अंजरान विनगनस दाय दिन दवारू गन शफा मज बगरान विनगनस Yaskaran şakhay pard poshi vuch kati sui sakhi Yaskaran şakhay pard poshi vuch kati sui sakhi Sharnagatan roine daman mujtravan winkenas Sharnagatan roine daman mujtravan winkenas Dai den davaru gan shafa mujbagran winkenas Chakt aas bune gyan रूपी मुख दाता ईश्वरी शख्स आस बने ज्ञान रूपी मुख दाता ईश्वरी देश है तेने युग अमृत मज्जावान वंकनत देश है तेने युग अमृत मज्जावान वंकनस दादन दवारू गन शफा मजबगरान विनकनस भाई हर मुन्ने शख्स माता पाप मोचन चंडिका भाई हर मुन्ने शख्स माता पाप मोचन चंडिका खूफ जदनी खूफ जन मुझ का सान विनकनस खूफ जदनी खूफ जन मुझ का सान विनकनस दाय दिन दवारू गन शफा मुझ बगरान विनकनस त्रिशूल सत्यन खड्ग सत्यन वज्रच वंच बखतन त्रिशूल सत्यन खड्ग सत्यन वज्रच वंच बखतन जार सनी पन नौकनो मजबूजान वंकनस जार सनी पन नौकनो मजबूजान वंकनस दादन दवारू गन शफा मजबगरान वंकनस रंग रंग मस्तंग है ऐसे अज है बास्यों दुख चोन रंग रंग मस्तंग है ऐसे अज है बास्यों दुख चोन पान पुशरी से है अरपन मज गुंजरान विनकनस पान पुशरी से है अरपन मज गुंजरान विनकनस दादन दवारू गन शफा मज चरण Dastai biltai Lagyo Shiv Shankar Shivna Vastai Darshan Chanyuk Chum Shiv Zagatishwar Chusbe Kastai Zagatishwar Chusbe Kastai Puzai Lagas Padma Shiva Shivna Kastai Biltai
ये हम भी हमारा सौभाग्य कि पहली बार फरीदाबाद के हमारे इस मंच से हमें सुनने का मौका मिलेगा।
हेलो कंप्लीट देना आपने बहुत कष्ट का तोह सारे मो नमस्कार सारे खुद ब्रोट पापा जिस शत शत नमन मो सठा बोजमुत बसस एक्चुअली जब पोस्टेड तो बसस निमस तमो एसओ स्कूलस मज चीफ गेस्ट अके लट तो तत पे गो मे काफ़ी युन ना मनस मज कि बह मेल यमन कुन सात मगर अनफॉर्चुनेटली बह निमन जा ये गो न पॉसिबल। चलिए मेन श्रद्धांजलि है ना बदिम ये में पन्ने आज यमन कर श्रद्धांजलि पेश क्या आई हैव अ ग्रेट रिस्पेक्ट एंड रिगार्ड फॉर हिम एंड अगर ये थोड़ा सा के होते ही गई please forgive me for that.
इष्ट देवी कष्ट कास्तम सदा संतुष्ट रास्तम क्षीरसे खसित आकाश निरान त्रिकोटि देवता छे ब्रोठ निरान सिछ्वेता त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय जयकार बैठो मलाल दिलस बहरे सार पार ही त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय जयकार। भूमिष्माता तन भुवंदे स्वधृष्माता चूनि जरे पुण्य माता पूरन करे अम्बार। भूमिष्माता तन भुवंदे स्वधृष्माता चूनि जरे पुण्य माता पूरन करे अम्बार। मैथा मलाल दिलस बह करे जार पार ही त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय जयकार मैथा मलाल दिलस बह करे जार पार ही त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय जयकार मैथा मलाल दिलस बह करे जार पार ही त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय जयकार मैथा सुंदरी जय जयकार हे त्रिपुर 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 सुंदरी हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय जयकार हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय जयकार मैथा मलाल तिलस बह करे जार पार हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय जयकार। हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी हे त्रिपुर सुंदरी त्रिपुर सुंदरी जय
सुषमा और मैं हम लोग चाइल्डहुड फ्रेंड्स हैं और हमारे गुरुजी पंडित भजन सोपोरी जी और अभी हम उनका एक कंपोज किया हुआ गाना जो हमने गाया था 90s में जब एग्जाइल में हम लोग वो हो रही थी तो उस टाइम पे हमने रिकॉर्ड किया था हम दोनों वो गाएंगे बहुत देर के बाद। थैंक यू। ये मुझे अच्छा
हेलो मैं ना ये हारमोनियम भी बजा रही हूँ ना। अरे तभी मैं इसको मैं हमारा रात हावनसुदपुर होटबान मगर टुडे आई विल सिंग विद उषा बिकॉज हेलो काफ़ी टाइम बाद हम ये जो डुएट पंडित भजन सोपोरी जी की कंपोजिशन हम दोनों से गवाई उन्होंने रेडियो कश्मीर श्रीनगर से और बहुत ज़्यादा तारीफ हुई इस गाने की। एक ही गाना नहीं हमने कम से कम 10 गाने गाए हैं स्टूडियो 6 के नाम पर 90 एंड 91 में उसी टाइम जब सब भाग रहे थे हम रिकॉर्डिंग्स कर रहे थे तो ये हम उन्हीं को समर्पित कर रहे हैं अपने पंडित। एक तो हमारे श्री पंडित हमारे कौल साहब और हमारे दूसरे गुरु महाराज जो हैं
भजन जी उनके नाम पर समर्पित। पर मेरा गला खराब है, प्लीज आप मुझे कृपा करके कृपया माफ करें, आज गला अच्छा नहीं है।
हेलो 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 हेलो,
एक मिनट में देखना चाह रही हूँ।
हाँ हाँ थोड़ी सी।
ये ठीक है, सुर देख ऊपर करना, मुझे सुर निकालने दे।
बट सब स्पोज बनान की हॉल गोज बड़े था सुन खचा खच, मगर वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट है ना।
हारमोनियम थोड़ा सा कम कर दीजिए, बिल्कुल मतलब इतना नहीं, इतना सा शुतो बहुत पता, मगर ये धुन छ बनमस भजन जेम ब्रह्मदित वचनस नावे गम छुम यारमा रावे, महमूद गमी सब कलाम छ, और धुन हमारी डिफरेंट है मगर
Chum salas balves salas
पर्वत किस है मालस पर्वत किस है मालस मालमस दीदार हारे गम छुम यार मारावे मालमस दीदार हारे गम छुम यार मारावे ब्रह्मदित वजन सरावे गम छुम यार मारावे महमूद गमी वसे छुई महमूद गमी वसे छुई अशकुंदा खत गंडे थे अशकुंदा खत गंडे थे मत अशकन नावे गम छुम यार मारावे दधुमुद अशकन नावे गम छुम यार मारावे ब्रह्मदित वजन सनावे गम छुम यार मारावे ब्रह्मदित वजन सनावे गम छुम यार मारावे गम छुम यार मारावे गम छुम यार मारावे थैंक यू सुभाष जी ने आज मुझे